Ugh. Blah. I'm here. I'm alive, I think. Wait, no, I'm still paying white scars. Sorry, I'm in purgatory. We're almost there. How are the people doing? If there are people. There might be people. Alright. Today is... Well, we begin working on the rider for the bike, which will be doing almost everything except for his left shoulder, which I screwed up in the notification. I said right shoulder, left shoulder. And probably... Hey, Potato! How is this speed? What was I saying? Oh yeah, probably because I don't think it'll take me the entire stream to do all that. You are the first in. You are first. You are first amongst the first subs and in today's stream and the first chatter. Huh. I need to stop yawning. I can't be yawning. I can't be doing that. Wacky night. Tried to go to bed early, which for me was 1 a.m. Couldn't fall asleep till 5. It's a problem. Alright, anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so we're going through all of the dude, and then probably beginning work on the side panel / legs, starting with the one that doesn't have a bunch of freehand involved. Yes, alright. What am I doing specifically? It's this. We're starting on this. Getting this out of the way. Because this piece actually should be fairly quick. And we can just knock it on there. All right, how are you doing, Potato? How are you? What's up, man? It been a tick. Been a couple ticks even. I mean, I know you came in yesterday, asked if you had a sword yet, and left. But you know, fair enough. Let's start with the handlebars. And well, how are you today? Are you feeling better? I am. As I worked yesterday, fair enough. I figured either you were at work or you were doing it for the laughs. I was fine with either version. uh am I feeling better? I am at like 98% functionality once more. On occasion, I still have a little bit of mucusy stuff upness in my nose when I talk a lot, and it's really freaking annoying. And my voice is still sometimes a little scratchy, but it's all basically negligible aesthetics at this point. I am effectively back in it, which shows considering that I last two streams were both 8 hours, or just over 8 hours actually. So we are already at roughly, nearly 17 hours in of streaming this week for week 1 of the year. And I am excited to be so close to the end of this commission, including this guy, which is already about between like a third and halfway done. 3 models. After this guy, there are 2 characters, and we are done. And then the guy already has the next commission, or loaded, chambered, and aimed. Like he's ready to go. I mean, week 1 of the year at about 50-something hours in. Nice. Yeah, neither I nor my bank account cared much for starting the year. Uh, with a grand total of 3 weeks non-productive. It was not the best. But we're good now. We're good. We're moving forward. Productivity is happening. I believe you reacted to the announcement of everything going on, which I did somewhat, but not really a lie, in the sense that I have done little bits of improvements here and there on the channel, but it's all like tiny stuff where like I knew exactly what I wanted to do and could do it in 5 minutes a pop. For example, I had a CFC remaining command, or CFC remaining, CFC what's left, a few other variants, which I will attempt to keep relatively updated with exactly what the minimum is to finish the CFC model. Yes, so you saw the announcement. I also added a CFC sheet, so the price sheet now just goes right into chat. I figured that was a nice quality of life improvement as well. As you can see, I also put in like what categories. No, CFC price. Or CFC price, CFC sheet. Both of those work. Yeah, there you go. Yes, it fills the chat, but I mean, hey, it's a lot of information. And I updated all of the timers and main CFC info thing to reflect all that stuff. Because little things like that, like I said, I know exactly what I want to do with them, and it just takes 5 minutes. So, feel worthwhile there. So now it says, whereas a CFC remaining shows the minimum left to finish the model. Check the panels about, use CFC sheet, or ask to find pricing. Yes. Functions. Functions are good. I've been learning a lot about functions. Because I've been, when not streaming, when I have the mental energy, I've been just buried in like JavaScript and PHP tutorials. And starting, well, next time I sit down and do that, we'll be beginning Laravel tutorials. Yay! I love functions, yeah. Oh, the chat commands, you mean? Are great help, I think. I I would hardly call them applications. That seems a bit generous. For a simple uh post text call. So yeah, at this point, I mean, yeah, I don't even care how much paint exactly goes on those segments. For the CFC model, just something needs to go on them specifically, and that guy will be considered done. There are other areas that could get more treatment, sure, but that's the minimum to consider them all finished and choose a winner and move on. Oh, the language learning apps. Oh, right. Yeah, I've been using primarily W3 Schools. W3 School? Is that what it's called? Hold on. I still have a tab open. What are you called? Yeah, w3schools.com. Which is actually also how I learned most of CSS. Which, I've been using it for years in WordPress. Because I'm mostly, really, like, naturally, I'm mostly designer type. It's only because of that big job offer have I started diving into proper programming. Man, it is real annoying to get in there and base coat like that hand grip area. But it's a large enough spot that if you turn the model over, you will definitely see it. So, you know. What what languages do you program in, Potato? I know a bit of C++, mostly work with JavaScript and HTML. Oh yeah, okay. It's not vastly deviant from what I'm doing. As honestly, PHP, like for a lot of its front end actionables, it's mostly relying on JavaScript. Like it, even like the PHP intro, it says, "Hey, before you do this, you should know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, like at least basics. Else, this is gonna be meaningless to you." Okay, so we have some steel here. Gonna put some kind of super shiny metal here, probably more silver. Well, he is a sergeant. Maybe I'll put gold. Uh, then the white. Oh yeah, yeah, wait. What am I doing? I haven't even finished the black. I gotta put the Dawnstone and then the non oil. Dawnstone, lead belcher, then non oil on all of it. While that's drying, I'll put the gold on the vambrace. Then go back, do the iron breaker. Yeah, yeah. Not gonna lie, part of me waiting for any of my Raven Guard peeps to pop up, because I have some new tactical revelations with all the new changes that I must share. But they'd mean basically nothing to you, Potato. It would be absolute gibberish. I can't see what I'm doing. Where is it? There it is. But yeah, so the next commission lined right up is gonna be a single to start and to get the exact scheme down. Is Leagues of Votan, Ymir Conglomerate, uh, whatever their troops are called, the Hearth Guard, I think. Single squad of 10 of them, which I'm quite excited for because Ymir Conglomerate is red, like deep red armor, like a no, maybe not deep. It's like a mid-tone red. It's like a bright mid-tone red, uh, with very dark. It's either like a very dark blue or very dark gray, uh, soft bits. And after painting the blade guard, I am all for the red. I would like to paint some red. I'm actually looking forward to painting the blade guard ancient in particular in all his red robes. I think it'll be quite fun. Oop, that's gonna suck there. Gonna have to clean that up. Unless I can rub it off. I can. Yes. Did not dry quick enough. Oh yeah, how's your holiday? Potato. I keep forgetting that, like, since last time I talked to most everyone, the holidays happened. All is good. Got some Harry Potter shirts, and now getting ready from first big set of streams I've ever done, where I'll be playing a brand new game next month. Nice. What are you playing? Hogwarts Legacy. Oh, sweet. To be honest, I never got into Harry Potter for like a variety of reasons, so I know nothing about it. But I know people that like it really like it, so go for it. I may have figured out a solution to me doing gaming streaming. Uh, at least, PC gaming streaming, which is kind of my preference right now. But that will have to wait till I get to the other side of this big contract. But yeah, it will involve me attempting to take my old laptop, which I still have, and setting it up to do the streaming, like the streaming aspect, like OBS through that, while my main laptop, the laptop I'm using right now, does the heavy lifting of the gaming. And I hope that will fix the incessant choppiness I was dealing with before. But that'll take a fair bit of development time to, figure all that out, and I need all of my off-cam time to focus on, you know, studying and then doing that contract. So, that's where that's at. But no, I have not given up on gaming streaming. Just life keeps happening over and over again. First is the holidays, then it's my health, and it's which is weird because that is almost never an issue for me. Um, then it's this big contract. We'll get there eventually. All in, like overall, my life's actually I can't really complain. Most of my serious problems are partially or in large part my fault, and I am taking daily action to fix them. So I mean, can't really complain. As for getting sick, that's just the randomness of life you kind of just have to be ready to deal with. And apparently I was just ready enough and not a little bit more. Well, okay, technically, it turns out I was an idiot or, overwhelmed, one or the other. I really should have contacted my aromatherapist client as soon as I started getting sick, and I will do this in the future because she got uh she got tinctures to me the next day, and man, they with 3 days taking those tinctures, that's what really like killed off like everything that's remaining of the flu. Like that's what cured my cough and nailed like everything and got me like really back to my feet within just like a couple days. I am a fool for not having utilized that resource like much earlier in the entire thing, but you know, hadn't done it before, and the first few days of the flu were extremely rough. I was dead to the world, but the experience has now been ingrained in the memory. So in the future, I so much as sneeze out of the norm, and I am being like, Linda, Linda, send me the stuff. When I saw a mouse running around the house, I saw mouse traps around the house. Well then, yeah. Actually, funny thing about that, I had a laugh with my mom. We conclude there are no longer mice in the house because when I first got really sick, like the Monday after Christmas. So Monday, day after Christmas, I decided I was gonna clean my room. I was gonna give it a proper cleaning. And I got through everything I want to do except for cleaning the floor. The floor actually still needs to be cleaned. I still need a vacuum and stuff. It's just so low on my priority list, just like whatever. But mid-afternoon, I was like, all right, I am like real tired all of a sudden. I guess I'm just not gonna do the floor today. It's fine. I did all the other stuff, whatever. And then like over the course of the next 6 hours, my decline was just like I jumped off a cliff. But towards the end of that, when I would normally have my third meal at around 11, I forced myself through making, yeah, wee, yeah, no, it was real hardcore. Like I developed like 7 or 8 symptoms in the course of like 6 hours. Just like what even? Why? But I still willpowered myself through making a meal around 11 when I would normally have a meal because it's like, all right, I need food, I need calories. I barely ate any of that. And then I was so bedridden that I did not move that plate full of food for over 48 hours. And there was not a crumb moved upon it. So we don't have mice. Yeah, like that plate of food sat on my desk right here for over 48 hours. So we not have mice considering that it is the middle of winter, and if yeah, the mice should have done something to it by that point. Like especially because I was either asleep or just like kind of tossing turning in bed like that entire time. So like yeah. And I'm in the basement as a reminder. I'm in the basement and there like are plenty of bugs in the times where there, can be expected to be bugs. The bugs didn't even touch it. Granted, it was fairly cold, but do you have lights? Yeah. I mean, there were lights playing off of my equipment and stuff, but nothing serious. And even during the day, it does not get very bright in here. I have a very tiny, cellar type, like foot by 1 foot by 1 foot window, uh, over there, which is partially blocked by my storage. Yeah, even during the day, it was fairly dark. Thankfully, it didn't happen during the summer. Definitely would have had a serious ant problem. But no, we definitely did not have mice. I have confirmed. And I also had the experience of okay, on one hand, I am glad to not feel the need to output right now, but I miss streaming. If I had the energy, I would enjoy streaming. I went through that thought process many times over 3 weeks. Man, it was 3 weeks. It feels like it was so much longer. I think a lot of it's because so much of it was punctuated by pained boredom. It's like difficulty finding worthwhile entertainment because all I could do for a lot of it was just watch stuff on like YouTube or Disney Plus or whatever. Which I did catch up on most of the Star Wars stuff. I still haven't seen all of the Clone Wars, and that's because I keep getting hung up on how sometimes even though some of the topics aren't necessarily for kids, the dialogue is definitely written for kids, and just sometimes just too much. But uh, I watched Obi-Wan. I watched Andor. I liked Andor. I liked Andor quite a bit, actually. I thought it started a little slow, but like once it got going, I really liked Andor, and I'm caught up with the Bad Batch and enjoying the Bad Batch. Bad Batch is pretty good. Bad Batch also started slow. You really gotta like just push right through the first episode. Was the first episode? Maybe the first 2 episodes actually. Just push right through them. same with Andor. First episode or two, just shove through them, and the rest is pretty good. Oh yeah, and Critical Role season 2 should be starting very soon. Excited for that. Should I wash this in Nuln Oil, Agrax, or Reichland? Kind of thinking Reichland. So the differences are Nuln Oil is just a black wash. That's why I put on the metal and the soft seals. Agrax is brown, like a proper mid to dark tone brown. Reichland is like a red brown. You think Agrax? Agrax would give it a more neutral tone. Reichland would give it a more, like I said, like a redder. Yeah, we'll do Agrax. We'll go with Agrax. These aren't the most important details on it, so I don't mind being a little wonky. Agrax Earthshade, here we go. Wonky wonky. Well, I mean, it could be wonky. The thing is, you never really know unless you've done it before and you remember. I don't remember what I did a bunch of the other gold ones. Like, silver is easy. You just do Nuln Oil because it's monochromatic. Gold, you have some play with. I wanted to get around the sides in the little recess there. This is still the brush you bought. It's still the size one minding my hobbies. Pro Sable. Glad you liking the music. This is just my YouTube music. Set for, would I start this radio on? Separate Ways cover by Eva Under Fire, which I have been really liking Eva Under Fire lately. That and Diamante. This right now is Amaranth. Fearless. Yes. Yes, Fearless by Amaranth. Alright, so we'll let that dry. There will be some cleanup around there and some reshading when I go back and do the white. But anyway, we're gonna get to do the steel real quick. I have discovered, by the way, I think I made this revelation, which is crazy, it took so long, while I was sick. I get better results doing the metallics that are in pots straight out of the pot than putting them on the wet palette because they begin separating from all of the additional moisture on the wet palette. So as long as I'm quite careful with the application of how much paint is actually on the brush, right straight out of the pot actually is decent, which is weird because normally, like before, I was so against doing anything out of the pot. Yeah, go for it. Get some food, man. Take care of yourself. The flesh is weak and requires maintenance. So yeah, I've been painting my Ironbreaker, Leadbelcher, like the Citadel metallics right out of the pot lately, and I've been rather enjoying the results. I still do standard colors on a web palette. I think doing standard colors out of the pot is insanity. What is this? I don't recognize this song. Hmm, I think it's a little on the mellow side. Oh, wait, over there. Good. Straight up, I like this cover better than the original. I still can't get that realigned right. Anyway, did I do all the... I think I did. Oh, sweet. Yay! I'm gonna go back and highlight the vein brace bit, and then we do the white, and then the console. And the console takes like 90 seconds for like the entire thing. Well, I'm gonna add a little bit of a radar to the main screen, but besides that, just adding washes. If you want to see how to add good looking colored buttons to your consoles very quickly and easily, well, stick around for, 20 more minutes. I don't know, however long it takes me to do the white. It is important it's done last. Okay, it looks, the gold looks much nicer in person. I'll admit, it looks a little weird on camera. Oh, thank you, Mike. Let's see. Do I need to do any significant white cleanup? Why, yes, I do. Okay. And some Army Painter matte white. See, Agrax was a good choice. Yeah, it did indeed function. I agree. Would you believe I actually know still little nothing about painting? I am certain you have picked up bits and pieces from watching me as much as you do. It's just subconscious knowledge. It's not really actively applicable conscious knowledge yet. And I think that's partially just because you don't do any painting yourself, so it's not like hardcore activated. But I'm sure there's some. Yeah, there it is. Now it's just starting to stuff up again. It's gonna bug me all stream endlessly, endlessly. Uh, and my nail caught the thing up here. What was I saying? Oh yeah, but your subconscious, unconscious catalogs everything, all data. So everything I've said you've been around for is in there somewhere. I have. You think I have not tried? That was all last stream. It's all dry stuff up there. It will take a while yet before it's ready to move. I still have tissues like right here next to me. Yeah, exactly. It's going to bug me for hours minimum. Like guaranteed. And just gonna keep doing that until it's done. Oh, crap. I thought it looked like the handle was bent a little bit, but no, I guess it's just like that. Now I gotta glue it back on because sometimes I'm a brain dead idiot. It's like, "Nah, I'll just bend this back because it looks weird in the exact direction that the glue would be weakest against. Dare the fool. That timer, man. Did you know that we, in theory, wanted to have private stream parties and have yet to really have any? We don't have to worry about me buying for plushie anymore? What happened with plushie? Also, I was never really worried about it anyway. Plushie vanished? What? She's gone? No, that's weird. I've noticed a number of other painters just kind of drop off the face of the earth. Like, I Lick Snowflakes hasn't been around for months. I wonder if Plushie, wonder, wonder if she's having health issues. Oh, everything is gone. Wow. Is it gone? No, the Discord's still there. What are you talking about? Screeville. It's still there. You're still in it. I just posted in it earlier. Oh, delete her Discord account. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I can't find it. Wow. Just gone, huh? That's wacky. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. I always find that weird. Like I don't understand why someone would just disappear like that. I would think it'd be obvious by now by the amount of communication I put out. Like, if I was just gonna stop streaming, I'd like you guys would know. You guys would know why, when I planned on doing it, and how I was gonna implement it. Like, I wouldn't just vanish. Not from a thing that I run anyway. Like I fade in and out of communities here and there, but like this is a thing I made. Like you guys look to me. I would just yeah, that's weird to me. Huh. Well, I guess at least I still get to use her emotes on Discord. Wow, that's weird. That is weird and wonky. Yeah, I hope she's doing okay. Sever emotes on Twitch. Oh, there you go. Yeah. What even? Oh, will this affect the stream? I don't think so. Huh. Windows Explorer.exe just had to restart, I guess. Didn't affect any applications though, it seems. I think. No, we're still good. Well, another one bites the dust, I guess. I don't know. And another one down, and another one down, another one bites the dust. Yeah, yeah. And you be around long enough and with stuff like this, and it'll happen. You'll see people just disappear. Don't worry, I'm here for the long haul, whatever that means. I don't know what that means or what we might evolve into, but I did not intend for this to be a short thing. Something significant would have to happen. This isn't the first time she's vanished while I've been around. Oh. Oh, she's a runner type. I see. But the first time it wasn't this big. What do you mean, like her community wasn't this big, or like the level of like lack of info or anything else wasn't as big, or like not as many of her accounts gone type thing? Not as many of her accounts gone. Ah, so she was more thorough with her clean sweep this timer. I see. Oh, there's one decent version of me just completely disappearing, in which case this is my on record explaining what like how this went down. Uh as people should know by now, I am not very hesitant or careful about my political and cultural thoughts and ideas and everything. There's definitely a version of us getting big enough where someone with um overarching administrative capability will say, decides I don't like what this kid's saying. If I were to completely disappear like that, well, A, it'd probably only be one account, and then I could tell you guys from a different account. So there's that. Like, I don't imagine Discord would be the first one to get hit by something like that. Probably be Twitch. But yeah, it'd be something like that. If one of my accounts just disappears, it like just out of nowhere, it's probably that. And it's probably gonna be Twitch because that's the one I actually say a lot of this stuff on, and none of my beliefs break Discord's terms of service, so I can't see them hitting the server. So it's probably Twitch. If my Twitch randomly disappears, uh some SJW working for Twitch decided to get rid of me. To silence me. Not saying that's likely. It's technically possible. I've heard of it happening. But that's now out there. Well, she would be, but I still have her as friend on Switch. I can't communicate, but I can see her playing Stardew Valley. Okay, so in theory, she's not dead. She just decided to turn everything off. That's good. Oh, if all my accounts still exist, but I stopped wholesale posting updates or anything, like nothing was wrong, and then I go super silent, I might be dead. That's because again, I really uh I really highly value open communication. Yeah, same. Yeah. Yeah, as soon as I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna be well enough to stream Wednesday, I was like, hey guys, I'm sick. Blah. Speaking of which, I am thinking about making the announcements page viewable only. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do that. Just just keeps being like a bunch of like random clutter. Yeah, a whole bunch of other stuff happened. Just I don't know if any of it's super relevant to you, Potato. Like a crap load of stuff went down in D&D, both the greater D&D community and with me individually. Uh, an absolute crap ton went down in 40K. I still haven't even caught up on all the newest lore, but like bunch of rule changes. Completely changed the game. I've not changed the game, but like massive meta upheaval, and I'm redoing like a bunch of my lists, my personal lists. And I'm still trying to figure out what I'm doing with my list actually, because I have so many options now all of a sudden. Dude, it sounds like me when I decide I'm gonna do something. Alright, time for highlight. I don't know why I bother with the tiny brush. I just gotta get a big brush, get a big glop of Korax white, and work off that. Hey, Potato, you still there? Hmm. I think the potato is left us. It's fine. I focus on painting then. Normally I like Caleb House, but I don't think this is one of his best covers. It just feels like such a large jump from this to the original in quality. Like, I actually want to go listen to the original now. That's not usually what I'm hoping for when I listen to a cover. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna switch to the original, and then I'm gonna hit the console on this. All the buttons, make them nice and colorful. Okay. Alright. So, first thing we're gonna do. Actually, yeah, the very first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna re-white out all of the screens and buttons. Should have done the big screen first because that was the first thing I was going to color in. Although, to be fair, down here I could probably use a couple more passes. And with thicker white. I don't need them super white. We just need to not have other colors messing with it. Alright, that's gotta dry a tiny bit more. It's kind of to see. But anyway, we're gonna be using Vallejo Escarpina Green for the main screen. And it's probably going to take 2 solid passes for this to become pretty even. What it actually probably needs is a little bit of flow improvement now that I think about it. Just break up that surface tension that's causing it to collect all in the middle. It is a way richer green in person. Camera does not do it justice. Anyway, we'll let that dry now. And how do I do on the others? Green on the rounds. And I'm going to grab Game Ink Red. And then Game Ink Blue. Which now there's a ton on my palette because the dropper bit went a little weird. Oh well. Do need to go back to the green and grab the tops of these buttons. Which is a little difficult, not gonna lie. While that continues to dry, I'm gonna hit the restroom. I'll be right back. Alright, I return. Okay. I hit a highlight over here, right? Anyway, that is still drying. It usually takes a while. Hmm. Switch more away, we could begin on the next piece, which is the torso. Ah, torso back. Black for the soft seals and belt, and then brown for the pouch. We'll do the black stuff, and then we'll go back to the screen and see how that's doing. I don't know why I bother shaking the black. There's not enough paint remaining to shake. Also, you know what? I'm switching to a bigger brush. Brush maintenance. Hey, Farmer. He lost us in the time while gluing sticks together. What is this gluing sticks? Is that a check thing? Got to come here? Hey, no, hey, we don't apologize here, man. You just going about doing your thing, getting in the flow, then hey, you're in the flow. Roll with it. I started doing terrain instead of minis. Nice. I'm still doing the half my nose is randomly, partially, just enough to bug me out, stuffed up. And it's only when I talk. Still doing that game. It's very fun. 1 out of 10. Kind of recommend. Just so you can also know my pain. What terrain you making? What you doing with them sticks? I am just smashing this camera around. Why is there a tiny bit that won't go black? There we go. Jeez. Let's see. I have pics. Yeah, toss it in the Discord. Maybe even use the maybe even use the correct channel for it instead of just dumping everything in miscellaneous. I don't know how that started, but oh, I blame Micah actually. Micah started that trend, and now everyone but Mano's doing it. Like, you realize it says miscellaneous, and these are all 40k minis. There are 40k like channels. I don't know. I suppose it's on me for not putting in a channel description, which I guess I should do. Organize stuff all nice with signs and everything, and people don't follow them. That's how it usually goes. Oh, it's bugging me out again. Sorry, I'm thinking about my cleric game. It's bugging me out again. Did it just want to like dive into the freaking tower? Oh man. Sorry, I just randomly hit me. I see there's a post. I'm gonna pull it up. We're gonna do it. Ugh. Gonna pop all these up to take a good look at them on stream, as we do. I'm basically building a ruined backwater world village. I would say you are succeeding. This is an excellent looking well, honestly. Did you scratch build these? These are very good. Like, extremely good. This is diorama class stuff right here. And the painting style is perfect for, minimalistic but exactly giving you the vibe desired. I give these an A plus, 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Let's do it again. No, seriously, they're extremely good. I very like. Yes, some low foam bricks and random wood. That's amazing, honestly. Sorry, just get distracted by I got sent an attachment from my ex about actual jetpack or jump pack. I get well, I call it jet suit. Wow. Yeah, we're like getting real close to jetpacks being like a practical real thing, and I love it. Very good job on the turn. Is that screen done enough yet? I'm gonna give it a little while longer, and then I'll put a little radar on it. This is where I spent the first, what we had, nearly 2 hours. First hour and a half painting this. That foam it's annoying to work with, is it? I've never worked with foam, honestly. I've worked with pre-printed stuff. I've worked with green stuff. Uh, made scratch build from random crap. Sprue, obviously. And fake plants. I have chopped up a number of fake plants to make different types of terrain pieces. Some of which were not even plants. I found a fake plant that ironically made like halfway decent razor wire. It's a little on the thick side, but it worked. It melts if anything but PVA touches it. Oh, I can see how that'd be a problem. Oh, and chain. I've worked with a bit too much chain. this is... I'm, like, suddenly having a hard time here. Ooh, good song. You know, as I'm trying to recycle, like, older paint I had from near the beginning of the stream. And I should just get new paint, but I'm being stubborn. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna say this is doable for freehand. Let's put a little bit of radar on it. How'd I do it before? That got me. That one got me. I was doing freehand. It got me on that one. Good job, Zephiana. Glad you're here, though. I had some further tactical revelations last night and this morning that are relevant to Raven Guard. One is, don't be afraid to stay in Devastator Doctrine. If you're going with roughly my strategy of just lots of big guns, don't be afraid to stay in Devastator Doctrine, as there's only two things we get from going into Tactical Doctrine. One is the Surgical Strikes, which only applies to characters, so, you know, until you line up a character in your sights with, you know, something that's going to kill it. Besides Eliminators, because Eliminators don't really need the help, honestly. Maybe in the +1 wound, but even still. They actually still benefit from Devastator Doctrine because they get the neg one AP. Um, the only other thing we get is ambushing fire, the stratagem, which is just on unmodified sixes to wound. Oh, and I was just looking at it too, and I forgot. I keep forgetting if I always forget if it's to wound or to hit. Um, Unmodified wound roll 60 armor penetration is improved by an additional neg 1. So your bolters go from neg 1 to neg 2. Only on assault and rapid fire weapons. It's not that big of a deal. Like, it's sometimes nice if you have stuff with a lot of those shots, but generally, and it does affect your entire army. But, like, compared to just staying with all your heavy support and your snipers and your tanks and your dreadnoughts all continuing to have extra neg 1 on all their weapons. I think generally speaking, we're even Raven Guard are going to primarily stick in Devastator Doctrine if they're paying attention. Sure, we'll go with this. Why not? And yes, my nose is going nuts again. That is a thing. And as usual, trying to do something about my nose does nothing. Alright, so I'm gonna call this done. And get back to this, in which I believe our next step is to do the brown on the pouch, no oil, a bunch of stuff. Finish the pouch, and then the white, and we're done with this bit. Oh, I did have an idea for Raven Guard. Actually, it doesn't even need to be Raven Guard, just in general. The Raven Guard, I suppose, do benefit more from it in small ways. Of a way to do kind of my strategy with the infiltrators thing, but without using troops. Although actually, you're still probably better off using infiltrators, but you can save a lot of points by just using a bunch of scouts. And then you could fly up the board, following it with what I had in mind was using like assault intercessors. Move them up as a aggressive second wave. But you do need to make sure you tag the objectives with the intercessors on their way by, or the stickiness will not apply. If I remember correctly, I believe the sticky secured objective is only applied with troops. So as I don't own 2 more squads of scouts, sniper or otherwise, I'm probably just going to keep going with infiltrators. But it was an interesting idea, where for 180 points you could effectively secure the no man's land. And you get a couple decently hard-hitting weapons out of the deal. And from range, they're kind of hard to shift as camo cloaks. Not super hard, but kinda. So, I mean, they have forward deploy, ugh, combi melta, thunderhammer, missile launcher, or you could do a heavy bolter. I'd probably just do the missile launcher because then you get a long range, strength 8, I believe, neg 2d6 damage shot. Which ain't half bad. And you could use the crack. I mean, not that anyone's gonna be uh using flyers now, but on the unlikely event someone is using a flyer, you get the crack missile stratagem. Dude, whatever. I suppose if your meta is particularly marine heavy bolters instead, I guess. I feel like there's other stuff I was thinking about, but eh. Alright, that's no oil. Yeah. Oh, correct. And I don't know if my chat isn't updating. Oh, my chat hasn't been updating this whole time. I have not seen anything new since Zofiana said oh, and it didn't tell me who did that bit, so I don't know what's going on. Who did the sound bit? I'm refreshing. Oh man. Yeah. Uh okay. It didn't give me any of the old chat, but it gave you. Okay, now I see the activity feed and I see you saying it was me. Okay. If you said anything between you saying oh like 10 minutes ago and it was me, I did not receive that. uh brush I'm using is size 2 Monument Hobbies Pro Sable. I recommend. I love these brushes. Well, Foreman was here earlier, but I don't know if he hopped after he showed off his awesome terrain he's been making. I didn't just trying to mono ghost run of Scarlet and I have background sound. Ah, okay. I feel like there are more ideas. Well, okay. I have a couple like conceptual ideas that aren't necessarily good, but I was when I was researching if there was anything else we lost by not being in Tactical Doctrine, I had noticed that if you're running Terminator Firstborn characters right now, a pretty solid relic, not that people are really running relics right now, but if you wanted to make your guy tougher, Adamantine Mantle looks pretty decent right now. Gives your character a 5-up, feel no pain. And then if it was a standard Firstborn well, actually, you would just get a Storm Shield with a standard Firstborn at this point, because I'm pretty sure they're still free. Or are now free. They're in relation to Jump Packs and Thunder Hammers, anyway. I believe Storm Shields are free, so. But I was looking at, Artificer Armor, or whatever it's called. But it's literally just it's just giving them like an Iron Halo with a +2 save. It just makes him a Terminator. 2-up armor save, 5-up invuln. It makes him a Terminator without being a Terminator. I am annoyed that they effectively killed relics for the most part by making them no longer free, like giving you a free one. Because now I'm not likely going to be running like Extenebris or Silentis Pistol. I was taking it, but taking what? I don't know what it was. I just went through like 4 different things. Artificer armor? Oh, yeah. I mean, fair. Actually, it's pretty good on the Primaris guys, not gonna lie. Because you can't get a 2-up save on any of them except for the shield dude. Although the shield dude now is much cheaper. Yeah, if you're using first, standard Raven Guard, just use Shrike. Yes, he has a 3-up armor save, but mobility, lots of utility. He's the cheapest chapter master in the game. By like a decent margin, actually. Or not a decent margin, but like a fair margin. It's actually, let me find out exactly. It used to be definitely the case, but actually, since they made the updates, I haven't rechecked. Bow Scrab. If I get a bog standard captain, 85 points, then I made him chapter master. Oh, it's actually the exact same. Which is still a crapload of value for Cave and Strike. Because the best you're getting... okay. There's some trade-off. You could take a standard captain, make him chapter master, give him a storm shield and like a combi weapon of your choice. Combi Melta ain't a bad choice. And use them to buff your battle line. Kind of like how I use Strike for. And he's tougher in some ways. So Cave Strike is how many wounds? 6 wounds, 3 up, 4 up. His Iron Halo is a good one. 3 up, 4 up. And can take Transhuman. The Captain Chapter Master is 5 wounds. With the shield that gives him 2 up, 4 up. Oh, he has a 4 up anyway from Iron Halo, but anyway. So he now has a 2 up from the shield. Doesn't transmute. Yeah, probably better off with Cave and Strike, actually. Cave and Strike is tougher. and obviously has all the mobility and stuff. He doesn't have a melt-a-gun, but he has a bunch of ways of doing mortal wounds, and is really powerful in melee. So actually, yeah, overall, Cave and Strike is still your highest value for your points, Chapter Master, I'd argue. Not to mention also having Jump Pack and Phobos, and being able to buff the Infiltrators and Wing Deliverance Aura and Shadow Master. Has the equivalent of 3 Raven Guard relics between Blackout, Raven's Talons, and the Diving Charge is like their relic jump pack. Yeah, no, Strike is still the way to go. Easy, easy peasy. For anyone not staying in Raven Guard, I'd say there is some value in taking a bog standard captain with Storm Shield, Kami Melta, making him Chapter Master for 120 points. If you want a melee version of that, I'd say just pay the extra, what, like 10 points or whatever to do that with the... Oh, my nose. To do that with the Sword and Board Primaris Captain. Let's see, Primaris Captain. Also... Actually, you know what's crazy? If Bowscribe is correct, the Primaris Captain at 80 points is 5 points cheaper than a Firstborn Captain. So wait, hold on. Primaris Chapter Master is 5 points cheaper. Okay, hold on, hold on. Hold on, hold on. Okay, Bowscribe is having a real hard time. Okay, here we go. Alright, so that gets you a... so, same number of wounds, 6 wounds, 2 up, 4 up, and you have the Relic Shield, which is on a 4 up, that mortal wound is ignored. On 4 up, you ignore mortal wounds, or 1 mortal wound. It's a 4 up Feel No Pain against mortal wounds. Is the point. You have Chapter Master, you have Rites of Battle. You are Primaris, so you do get Transhuman. So you are tougher than Cave and Strike. You have Heavy Bull Pistol, 18 inches, Pistol 1, Strength 4, Neg 1, D1. If you want to toss a Relic on him for funsies, because you're not required to spend a command point on Strike's Warlord trait, and you didn't want to take a Warlord trait, you do have the Silentus Pistol from Raven Guard, which is Pistol 2, I want to say 15 inches, might be 18 inches, so I think it's 15. Strength 5, neg 2, 2 damage, and as a sniper roll. It's actually a pretty good pistol relic, honestly. And this guy can take that. Or you can lean into the melee with the power sword and swap that out for the burning blade, which makes him into an absolute monster. He has 1 less attack than Cave and Strike, but he will be doing a lot more stuff. A lot more damage. Let's see. Where is it? Do. So it'd be Strength 7, Neg 5, D2, power sword with 5 attacks, 6 first round. Oh, there's also the Purgatorius pistol, which 18 inches pistol, 3 strength 5, neg 3 d2, does not have any special rules. Oh, I think Silentis, by the way, has a +1 to hit on it. Not that you really need it on this guy; he's already on 2 up, but it negates cover and stuff, or not a cover, neg 1 to hit. You could take Shield Eternal, just get across the board, 5 up, feel no pain, or you could take a Warlord trait, in which case the best ones I'd say are either. Oh no, there is one more relic. The Vox Spiritum, 3 inches to the bear's aura. So his rites of battle is now 9 inches around him, which is 18-inch wide circle, by the way, in total. Or let me double check a thing real quick. This could be, if you're gonna go for melee chapter master and you want to go this version instead of Shrike, which has some merit. Now I'm considering it, to be honest. I might play around with this idea, not gonna lie. I need to find the big balance sheet and see the wording on the sticky object secured. I hope you're still there, Zophiana, and hearing all this. Oh wait, no, it's the FAQ updates. I think the original document. Okay, good. Now I don't feel like wasting painting time by doing playing with stats here. Where is it? I really should like download it. Ugh, I gotta go through so many articles. Where is it? Yeah. So I am looking to check if it says the sticky objective secured for Space Marines, if that says troops or things with objective secured. If it is things with objective secured, the Rights of War Warlord trait suddenly has a lot of play. Because it, 6 inches of this Warlord trait, the unit is objective secured. If you double up on that for 2 command points, that with the Vox Spiritum, 9 inches around him, everything has objective secured, everything that so much as touches an objective has now secured it for you until someone else touches, until your opponent touches it in turn. That's bonkers. Oh, I found the preview article. No, I need the actual one. Son of a, where is it? I wish they made these easier to just find. I only, is this it? Oh, wait, no, here it is, the MetaWatch one. I think it's true. Yeah, I think it's troops too, but it's always worth checking. Alright, here we go. Balanced slate. Yeah, now I'm considering running my third company captain again because he's a sword and board dude. Which is the same number of points as standard one, which apparently is less than a firstborn captain now, which I guess makes sense because of the free war gear for the most part. Okay. At the end of your command phase, if one or more Adeptus Astartes troops units from your army are within the range of an objective marker you control, the objective marker remains under your control, even if there are no models within the range of it, unless your opponent controls it at the end of any subsequent phase. Okay, so still troops. Alright. So Rights of War is not suddenly, like, game required. I do think, because aggressors went down a bunch, bolter aggressors with a sword and board chapter master doing Master of Ambush with the burning blade might be pretty legit. Honestly, you're gonna want 5 aggressors. I unfortunately only own 3, so I might not run that strat, but like that might be a legit thing to consider, you know? Nothing there to scoff at. But yeah, that's for 115 points. You can get any Primaris captain to be a chapter master. So Shrike has been dethroned as the cheapest chapter master, but still does have a lot to offer Raven Guard. But you have options now. It's not necessarily a guaranteed auto take anymore. I think I most likely am still going to run Shrike because I am running so infiltrator heavy and he can buff them and everyone else around him same time. And I like him as a super mobile, like, charged deterrent. Yeah, go ahead and charge my line. Guess what's going to then hit whatever you charged into me next turn? Shrike, who is no pushover. And I can guarantee he will be there. Because 14-inch move. Dude, I was vibing so hard to this song last year. Although I was listening to a different cover for the most part. It was pretty good as I was coming out of my last relationship. What else was there? Oh, now that we're seeing a bunch more light infantry with like Imperial Guard and stuff, it was brought to my attention the Land Speeder Tornado has some decent value right now, as it's only 70 points, and you get a multi-melta and an assault cannon, which is strength 6, neg 1, neg 2 if you're in Devastator Doctrine, 1 damage, 6 shots. That neg 2, like, against Imperial Guard, like, if you're not running against a giant tank army of Imperial Guard or against, well, Tower, you're not going to see any more Tower Infantry now that they don't have to take troops. They're just flat out going to drop all their troops. Just straight up. You're not going to see Tower troops anytime soon. But against Imperial Guard and Cultists, that assault cannon is going to tear it up. I don't know if Chaos are running Cultists right now. I have no idea. I know, like a year ago, I played against some word bearers that had cultists that they had like quadruple buffed and they were like casually gunning down intercessors. It was pretty gross. I have no idea if any of that's still that way now. Oh, I do know something very relevant for Raven Guard when going up against Chaos. Um, Focus fire on the Master Possession. Use our anti-character nonsense against Master Possession. Take that guy out hard. That guy is a monstrous character linchpin of a Chaos Space Marine force. Whatever it takes, remove that dude. I don't remember all the stuff he does, but he does a lot of stuff. Like he's an auto take right now. Abaddon, I mean, obviously it's Abaddon. Like, of course you should try to kill Abaddon, but like, you see Master Possession, nuke that guy. I am definitely hitting that point. The Okay. I have done too much white scars. This commission's gotta end. I just went to like start working on the white armor and I felt my soul cringe. It was just like suddenly overwhelming desire to just do anything else. All of a sudden, it made no sense. And it's not the first time I felt that recently. It's like, alright, this this has gotta be done soon. It's almost done. It is almost done. It's just like I don't know. It's very weird, very hard to describe what that was. It was bizarre. I'm just very glad that the next commission has next to no way involved whatsoever. It's very good news. Hey, farmer. The work is done. Nice. Now it is a waiting game. Yes. Oh, we are both quite familiar with that game. Transfers. Alright. That's the back of the torso done. Alright, rinse and repeat basically everything for the front of the torso, except we got the Oculus Imperialis. I'm pretty sure it's called. If I don't go to bed for a few more hours, I might finish that building, but it's almost midnight already. Well, what do you have to do tomorrow? It is Friday. Tomorrow I will paint soldiers. It doesn't sound like you have much in the way of obligations, then. I was saying take a walk to get more terrain ideas. Fair. Also does not sound like you have much in the way of obligations. So I'd say if you have the drive to continue and push and finish that building tonight, then go for it. Because unlike painting models, I enjoy terrain. Fair. Is it much more creative? You're not kit bashing enough then. But I get your point. You can do literally anything with terrain. I'd say you can do a lot with models if you're willing to put in the extra effort. I mean, it's not like you haven't seen some of mine, or even this guy. I'm actually quite safe as comes out. Well, there's kit bashing and putting every single brick and plank down. That's fair. That's fair on that what are they called? Moratat piece. I did quite enjoy making the base, and YouTube Premium crashed, I guess, and immediately restarted. Fair enough. Oh, we have picks. I'll be there in a second. Oh wow, you are straight up. That's the building you're talking about. All right, let's get that in the browser and take a look. Wow. Dude, this is awesome. Yeah, no, I hear what you mean. Dude, you make these like a bit larger. I don't know, maybe that is large enough. I don't know exactly the size of these, but like have you considered making D&D terrain like this and selling it? Because like this would make an awesome D&D piece for like, those level 1, level 2 adventures kind of deal. Again, that baller. I can put Mall in it for scale. That'd be cool. Yeah, if I could get one, that'd be great. Because I have no idea how big that is, really. I mean, I could guess off a newspaper, but it's not as good. Oh, so I gotta check another thing real quick. Uh, there's the thing. Finding out if one of my web dev clients has paid me yet, because they said they were paying me today. No. Hmm. Actually, I'm gonna fix that real quick. This guy's in our Astromilitarum infantry size, so like 25 millimeter base. Yes, excellent. Where are my buttons? Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is straight up like yeah, this could be straight up a D&D level 1 encounter at this big. I mean, this is a pretty decent set. Although actually no, this is an appropriately to scale like small building. Like the ladder's like perfectly scaled. Well done. Or maybe the ladder's slightly big, but I mean like it's really close. It's really close. Like you can straight up do this. I'm gonna use some for D&D too. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, dude, looking this good, you could sell this straight up. I'm not saying be efficient money, but it be money. Well, I mean, as you do it more, you get better at it, you can do it faster. Is my point. Yeah. 10 out of 10 would recommend. will also drain my enjoyment from it, in my honest opinion. I mean, fair. I'm just throwing it out there. Because it will become chore. That is fair. I will not lie. Sometimes I'm like, I don't want to paint. I have even gasped, can you believe? Even had moments where I'm like, I don't want to stream. But by and large, I still enjoy it greatly. I would much rather be doing this than many of the other things I've done for money in the past. Easy. Not even a choice. Man, this or unpack boxes from a retail delivery. Retail stock delivery. Yeah, I'd much rather do this. Talk to other nerds, listen to any music I want, painting miniatures. Yeah, yeah. And sure, I don't pay all the bills yet, but that's a matter of time. I'm starting to get close. Just gotta rebuild a little bit. Get some of the hyper momentum back. Which I think will be a lot easier when we hit both doing the Voton and jump over to the art category. If I could sell one of those buildings for $50+ it would actually make a lot of money. You probably could. No, fully painted, you could sell this for 50+. Yeah, straight up. Easy. I don't think it'd be even hard. Also, you talking about 50 USD or 50 Czech? I would have to look up the Czech to US difference, but or euro? Do you guys use the euro? I don't know. USD. Czech koruna. Probably saying that wrong, but those are absolutely worth 50+. For reference, by the way, I charge $50 an hour for me to do web dev, and people pay me that. 1 USD is like 25 CZK. Fair enough. Okay. Just it's a little inflation, you know. If I make 2 buildings per day and sell them 50, gee, I would actually be rich. $100 a day ain't bad at all. That's, say you work five days a week, 500 a week, 2K. Yeah, that's actually like a reasonable like a reasonable living wage here, like a decent that's what, 24 grand a year. I mean, it's not comfortable, but I mean, you can live off that. I'd imagine over there it probably stretches a lot farther than over here. Here's the tricky bit for you, right? You're not actually getting 50, you're not actually getting that 50. Because then you have to deal with shipping, overhead, and taxes. However, I think you can charge more than that and end up getting 50 from it. We make less, but everything is cheaper. Okay, fair. Yeah, so, right. Uh, I'm slightly distracted. I, like, really gotta pee, but my dinner break is not far off. Hold on. So, you got, like, Dwarven Forge, right? And they sell D&D terrain online. They're obviously a much bigger thing, but, like, what are their prices, right? Let's say, classic dungeon. Okay. Oh, that's a core set. That's actually a lot of modular pieces. Okay, fair enough. Unpainted diagonal wall pack, which you can make like 2 small rooms out of it, looks like $50, and it's not including shipping. And you can always charge shipping separate. Like you can charge shipping as like shipping your problem. Like you can do that as the thing, you know? Most of these packs unpainted. Oh, here's the thing. You could sell the buildings unpainted for a cheaper amount as a thing, or you can paint them and charge more. We got like, I'm trying to find. Well, I mean, the whole thing in Dwarven Forge they do modular, so it's like hard to find like what just like a piece is. I'll go back to home. All right, let me find. Uh, do. Okay, buildings. Here we go. Buildings. Let's say a Tudor building, right? A cottage. It's a floor, pillars, walls, ceiling. They're all separate pieces, so you can pull it apart. $56. And these are things that they make these in pieces. They send them to you in pieces, and they're modular, which is a bonus, but at the same time, they're not unique. Not unique or customized. It's just things they just make a lot of, and then they throw out there. And yeah, no, 56 painted, 39 unpainted. Three of their buildings together in a pack is 136 unpainted, 210 painted. You can totally. You're good, Zofia. I'm about to disappear for supper myself in like 15 minutes. I might disappear to go to the bathroom in 5 minutes because I'm like I might explode. Things are fast powers describe it. No, I know that. I'm just saying like the prices you were throwing out there, absolutely doable. Just looking at Dwarven Forged. Like I know they're slightly different products. Their whole thing is like modular and everything, but I mean like it's same kind of region, you know? like 50 to 75 to $100 depending on the size of the project. Totally real. It's a real thing that you can do. Start on Etsy, see how it goes. If it starts taking off, make a website. Make some patterns that you can make a bunch of. I mean, yeah, you could just turn this into a thing. Like if it turns into a thing, straight up, um we could even talk like a not a partnership, but like a I advertise your stuff on the channel, maybe I make your website, we figure it out. Options. Heavy breathing. Like I am like yes, I'm a capitalist. I am always down to talk business. Can even get some Asian children to make stuff. Yeah, right? See, now you're starting to think like a manufacturer. What you'd probably do, this is how I envision it expanding. Okay, here's how you scale up, right? You start with making one-off pieces like you are now, right? You sell them as one-off pieces, and because of that, they are at a premium, right? So a thing you normally sell for 50, sell it for 75, all right? Stuff like that. People will still buy it. It's like, one of a kind piece, and it's got some, you add some pizzazz to them because they're one-off pieces. As it becomes a thing and you are selling them, right? You find someone that does 3D printing, like can sculpt, can 3D model. You build the prototypes and run the business side and stuff. They sculpt them, turn them into prints, and then make it into a manufacturing line, kind of like Dwarven Forge. In that regard, like you make a prototype, they sculpt it, you make, and then you can just print out a bunch of them as orders come in. You print on demand kind of deal. You get what I'm saying? I can scan myself print. Oh, if you can do it yourself already, then boom, you're ready to go. Just run, dude, run. Think of a brand name and go. You're ready for it. You already got everything you need. You are sitting on a business right now, dude. Like your style of terrain is very cool for like destroyed environments. I love it. And you said you like making terrain. You don't even have to make a bunch of like every time you build a new piece of terrain, you scan it and you put it into your store. You've done like your creative part that you're worried about becoming a chore. Like that's no longer a problem. Actually, because you only have to do the creative process part once. After that, you just hit the print button every time you get an order. Back, package it up and ship it, and then watch the dough roll in. You know what I mean? Like you did the creative part once, and you sell it infinitely number of times. And then I can dry brush, right? Dry brush, whatever. We both know that's like nothing. You airbrush prime, dry brush the paints, done. Like whatever, like 10 minutes, you know? And I love dry brush. There you go. I love dry brush too because it's super easy. You just did it, done. It's so good. Okay, listen. I know the rules normally, but I'm gonna explode here. I gotta pee. I'm gonna I'm getting too excited talking about business, and I'm gonna have a problem here in a second. Slipping on my loafers I got for Christmas. Like it's one of like three gifts I got, and they're great. All right, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Okay, so if you specialize in messed up stuff, messed up terrain, like ruined houses and stuff like that, ruins, I'm sure there's a way you could even incorporate former into the brand name. Former buildings, formerly terrain. I think it'd be pretty funny. Former buildings is fine. Yeah, they're former buildings. Former buildings, gaming terrain. I think that's a pretty good brand name, honestly. Specialization in ruins. Doesn't mean you have to only do ruins. I'm just saying your specialization is in ruins. And if you start making stuff that is remotely appropriate for, just throwing this out there as an idea I had, if you make stuff remotely appropriate for posing anything I paint in it, send me stuff. I will absolutely start taking bunches. I've been wanting to do that basically with my own 3D printer for a while now. I just can't. I've been having such a hard time with the thing. It just takes up so many energy while I'm trying to do so many other things. It's madness. Runes are easy, just don't need to be neat. You slap stuff together. Yeah, right. You know that. I know that. Average DM with an in-person game that is already trying to build an entire world, let alone make terrain for fun. Not so much. Your phone died. Uber. I need Ready? See, I think, if nothing else, you were basically sitting on a perfectly valid potential hobby related income source that initially does not even require that much massive effort on your part. You already just made some of what I think is legitimately really good terrain. You could take that right now, scan it, and begin popping it on Etsy. Like, I don't know how long it takes to scan stuff, but like you could probably have the like that plus like less than an hour. Of course, the hard part is getting it in front of people, but you know, the first steps could be taken literally tonight. Coffee stirs are amazing. I have like 250 more. There you go. Talk to Side about how he managed to market his thing and immediately get like 10 orders in 24 hours for his maps, his map making. Just waiting for fish to dry so I can white out the red. So yeah, forget about your making two of those by hand a day to live well. Um, you need to get two orders for those and hit a print button and then box them and ship them a day for the same result. You see how scalable that is? Because in reality, like even with one printer, Alright, at first you might only be able to do, like actually fulfill an order a day or something like that, but, you know, as you scale up, you buy more printers. And it's, yeah, it just keeps scaling up. Okay. Alright. Alright. YouTube needs a restart. I get it. Alright. So, oh, a little bit more. I still at no. Yeah, honestly, your biggest hurdle is gonna be marketing more than anything else. That's always the biggest hurdle. But yeah, the actual product and method, you already got, I think. I think you're ready to go. Just whether or not you want to actually pursue it or not is the question. Alright, this is basically ready to do the white. However, I do believe my dinner is ready. It is roast tonight. Roast and a salad. So I'm gonna go eat. Now we'll be back soon. Should not be anywhere as long as last time. I'm back. Could you tell? Alright. I don't know how it always takes me so long to have dinner. I don't know. But we are back. Oh. Some short cheese fell off my plate. Cheese. Okay. Time to return to it. As I have white armor to do. No. Yeah. Alright. Is anyone even still here? I think there might be one lurker. Well, I apologize to you, lurker. As what's probably going to happen is I'm going to start vibing with the music and just being very productive, but also very quiet for the time being. But I appreciate whoever is leaving the lurk or is silently lurking, active lurking, watching in silence. You are still doing the good work. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Good. Yes. Depth has been acquired. Well, we still have to do the really deep bits. Which, for that, for reference, I use a thin down Black Templar. Big and fat. Yes, yes, I agree. That is the correct way to describe my stacks. Sup, Si? What's happening in DM world? Oh, sorry. Map Maker world. What's happening in Map Maker world? Mr. Cartographer Extraordinaire. Just got home from driving my grandmother around on errands. How does this woman have 4 to 8 hours of errands like almost every single day? Like what? I don't think I personally have that many out of the house errands I have to do. Like a month. Twice week. That's like up to 16 hours a week. That's a part-time job. Oh boy. Good on you for having the patience to deal with that because I would not. It's like, listen, I am the reason you can do this. This is a more efficient way of doing this. This is what we're doing. That's it. I brook no terms. And it was a 2 hour long doctor's appointment, and I just gotta sit in the car. Yeah, I tried, but she's probably stubborn about that. It's impossible to her. And Give her the classic treatment. You're the one driving. Hey, we're doing it this way, or I am turning this car around. Like, I will take you home and put you in timeout to think about how your efficacy is affecting other people's lives. I put in a money order, and finally today, I got my money into my hands. There you go. Very good. Now, I will take my bid for about 3.5 months of free entertainment. believe that's 3 months of D&D therapy. Spent a third of it on a week. Oh boy, third on logo design. It would be on a week. All right, fair enough. Probably use the rest on things like website URL costs, stuff like that. Website URL costs. My man, my boy, my my lad. URL costs. It should cost you like $8 a year for a URL. And then hosting can be very cheap, especially if you do it through me. I am very inexpensive. And you get free SSL, professional email addresses. I don't know how big the last third is, but I'm saying I'm a lot cheaper than like Bluehost or HostGator, which could be hundreds of dollars when you first sign up. What is my what is my one website thing again? Man, I don't even know the last time I even went to my website, my web dev website. All it is buttons to set up hosting payment plans. Cause I'm just like a mechanic. I never work on my own car. Oh right, it's $8 a month. One website, one email address, SSL. Boom. Oh right, you're going through Squarespace. Right. Dude, how much do they charge for like a URL? What the? I just threw my paintbrush across the room. I suppose. Huh. Need my camera. I am assuming you are checking to see how much Squarespace costs. By the way. Good, good. 16 a month. But with the code Babish, check I can get 20% off. Get 20% how much, like how long. It's a subscription, and I can't imagine like 20% off for infinity. It's usually for like your first year. That's still like $13 a month ish. Have you picked out your URL yet? That's an email. I suppose the end of it is. I don't think that is a usable end tag. No, I was gonna see how much it would be on GoDaddy if you went to like the traditional route. So it'd be like you register you register the domain name through like GoDaddy, and you host through me. I build your website. You can even get me on retainer for maintenance, but I don't think you have enough cash flow rolling yet for that just yet, but it's there. Homebrewdm.com. Let's see if we were to get that. Okay. So, through GoDaddy, okay, normally $20 a year for just a URL. That's what I'm talking about. Like, URLs by themselves are very cheap usually. Through GoDaddy right now, if you get a 2-year registration, so $20 per year, or $19.99, your first year is only 1 cent. So you pay $20 flat, 2 years, you got that URL. Then, what I say my hosting was? I already forgot what it was. And your hosting through me is load $8 a month. I don't know why. Yeah, anyway, $7.95 a month. That's one website, one business email, and free SSL. Granted, dance on WordPress and needs to be built. Didn't you say you've done web dev before? So theoretically, you could build it. I mean, we both have a login, both have admin login. Just become a day trader. Hey, I'm ahead of you on that. I got my Forex right here. Euro USD and Pound USD, and both are not going in my way, but it's okay. I have lots of margin, and I'm doing very small trades. I'm slowly building. What was it? Venom? Venom one time was like, dude, how have you just done like everything before? You're like not even 30 yet. Because I'm insane. No, actually, I think it's because I have extremely high openness trait in my temperament, so I'm willing to try anything just to see if it works. You work in construction? Yeah, dude, I used to be an electrician. How have you not heard this before? Specifically, I installed fire and security alarm systems, usually large scale, usually like mills and construction sites. Carpentry, not in a professional manner. I have done like a little bit of woodwork here and there. I've not done carpentry on a port. I've done carpentry in regards to like completely like gutting and renovating 3 RVs and the surrounding environment with like decks and rails and crap like that. Well, pile driving for a part. I have yet to do pile driving at any of my own media work, so no, I have not done that yet. As I've never actually been in anyone else's media production, only my own. Well, I've done a bunch of my own media productions. I know how to use a table saw. If that's where you're, if that counts for the carpentry. Use a table saw and then actually turn the things you sawed into object usable objects. I have done this. Yes. I was a carpenter working on a pile driving and setting up these huge ballards for the warships pulling into the military portion of the port. It was a joint civilian military port. That's pretty cool. I I upgraded a lot of the security systems in the Hasbro R&D building in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. I had to sign NDAs, which I'm pretty sure I've run out by now, but I mean, like, mostly I saw how, dude, Hasbro has tried so hard to make more valid Nerf bows and crossbows and just they can't seem to do it. So many defunct Nerf bows. I can't even. Like storage rooms full of them. I'm not even joking. Like I'm not exaggerating. Like straight up, I walked into a storage room that had like a electric hookup we needed. I don't remember why. Uh and it was just full of boxes of defunct Nerf designs and swear to God, 80% of them were bow related. I was mostly in charge of putting together the tie wire and forms for the concrete, cementing the ballards, a lot of work on scaffolding under the port. Straight up, just stand on big floating plumbing. It's pretty much just a bunch of pallets put together, install scaffolding underneath the port. I have totally been in similarly like ghetto rigs within a professional setting. I once used okay, how to get on a roof. Precarious. Yeah, yeah. Or, ghetto. Uh, okay. You take 2 picnic tables. You put 2 ladders on each, like 2 V ladders on each picnic table, and then a V ladder on top of those, and that's how I had to get on top of a roof. Like I'm not joking. Like picnic tables, ladders, ladder onto roof. It was so I was like, I'm gonna die. This is the day I die. And yes, I was outside. I just went straight to asphalt. Just triple jump. Yeah, right. Exactly. It would have been more OSHA compliant. I once had to get off. I had to use a ladder on a scissor lift to get on top of an I-beam to reach around a vent to pull wires through, and I was 3 stories above just open concrete on a construction site. Just like, you gotta be kidding me, yo. I'm kind of hungry. What should I eat? I got some stuff around to make things. Don't want to spend forever on it though. Magic cards. Straight up eat magic cards. They require 0 prep time. I hear the blue ones are spicy. I could. I got Master Jar still filled to the brim with chicken magic card. Yeah, I figured. I figured. Dude, dude, I watched if you know who Achievement Hunter is, I watched their giant in Uno Infinite. I actually watched the entire second half of it while I was sick, and they had another content creator fly in from LA. The idea was his name is kindling for fire unironically. Oh boy. Um Man, I can't remember what his name now was. But it started as a joke, but then they actually like he found about the card game. Was like, dude, fly me over. I'm at a party right now, but fly me over and I will play. And he actually did that. That dude was awake for like 30 hours. Uh, but anyway, he gets there, and within like 15 minutes, like he's trying to mess with the game by straight like he ate several Uno cards. Later, he had to try to throw him up because, unsurprisingly, that actually is not great for your system. All the ink and crap and the wax layer. But it was pretty funny. Yeah, that man was a rogue. Apparently, what he had been told by the person that paid to fly him out there was make this game continue as long as humanly possible. So he just kept doing the most absurd, like the most Sigma stuff you've ever seen. There's a guy who ate a Boeing 747. He is fine. Yeah, I don't know about that. No, you're thinking of dude from Borderlands 2 that ate a car with just like a fork. Is that this piece done? I think this piece is done. Yeah, that was the edge highlighting. That's real Google. He ate a Boeing 747. Okay. Man eats a Boeing 747. Monsieur Mengstau. Okay. While he may not have eaten a Boeing 747 or any gigantic passenger plane, he did still eat a whopping 9 tons of metal. Plane of choice was a Cessna 150 airplane, pictured below. Seven consumed aircraft over a period of 2 years between 1978 and 1980. Are you kidding me? Hold on. I'm putting this on. I'm getting this on cam. This is insanity. Known for the ability to digest and consume metal. Well, consume and then digest, specifically. Notable AMC authorized crew include bicycles, shopping carts, beds, chandeliers, television sets, a small section of the Eiffel Tower, and a coffin. Sally died of natural causes in 2007. It seems as eating habits never actually impacted his health. However, following his footsteps as consuming crusader are not recommended. First person to have a coffin inside rather than the other way around. Dude, that's funny. Um, oh, up here is how I went through it. Okay. Successfully ate an airplane. Born 1950 in Grenoble, France. Of course, he was a Frenchman. His injury developed an eating disorder known as pica, Individuals that don't know so picked have persistent desire to eat substances that have no nutritional value such as glass, dirt, or metal. Don't be scared nonetheless. It's not like next time you're at the airport, the crew will tell you that your Ryanair flight has been delayed by due to a man biting the aircraft on the tarmac. He first began publicly performing at 16, showcasing his remarkable ability to consume objects many wouldn't think possible. Mr. Eo. Under normal circumstances, consumption of metals and glass could be very dangerous and difficult to digest. However, doctors noted that Mr. Lotito had a very thick lining around his stomach and intestines, giving him the ability to consume like no one before him. Furthermore, he seemed to be unaffected by consuming poisonous metals. Why does this link have such little detail on this? How does this... What? What I am... Okay, here's the Wikipedia. Alright. So he had a thick lining that allowed him to do without suffering injury. Also, digestive juices, this is what I figured, but I needed some confirmation here. They're unusually powerful, meaning that you could digest the unusual materials. However, it meant that soft foods such as bananas and hard-boiled eggs made him sick. Okay, that interesting turnaround. Performances involved consumption of metal, glass, rubber, and other materials. He disassembled, cut up, and consumed items such as bicycles, shopping carts, televisions, and his Cessna 150, this plane, among other items. It took roughly 2 years to be in, 78 to 80. Claimed not to offer still effects from his consumption of substances typically considered poisonous. When performing, he ingested approximately 1 kilogram of material daily, preceding it with the mineral oil and drinking considerable quantities of water during the meal. It eaten nearly 9 tons of metal. Method for eating all this metal was to break in a small piece before time to eat it, then drink mineral oil and continue to drink water while swallowing the metal bits. This acted as lubricant to help the metal slide down his throat. He had no problem passing his unusual diet. He holds the record for the strangest diet. Died of natural causes. Citation needed. 10 days after 57th birthday. Unusual items consumed. At least 18 bicycles, 15 shopping carts, 7 TVs. TV sets. That could include speakers. 6 chandeliers, 2 beds, 1 pair of skis, 1 computer, 1 Cessna light aircraft, 1 waterbed full of water, 500 meters of steel chain at once, coffin with handles, 1 Guinness Award. Oh wait, that's right. He was awarded a brass plaque by the publisher's commemorative ability, which he consumed as well. He ate his Guinness Book of Records plaque. This guy's This guy is the best kind of monster. This guy's amazing. 45 door hinges. Wow. That was a rabbit hole. It wasn't that deep a rabbit hole, but it was an incredibly entertaining rabbit hole nonetheless. Wow. Yeah, new role model, man. Like we found gluttony. Like we found one of the 7 deadly sins. There's gluttony. We got him. We got him, boys. Holy crap. Also, of course he's a Frenchman. That's just funny. Alright, I gotta pop these two together. Man, next time you look at a new exotic food and you're like, I don't know if I can eat that, man. There's a dude that ate a plane. Sup, Diablo? So you go for the Guinness Book of Records for drinking mini pain. No. No. That would be a negative. Can't make it in my house. I done ate the keys again. Yeah, right? Dude, he ate his Guinness Book of World Records plaque. Now, to be fair, I do feel like he needs to lose some Chad points because It wasn't like he just decided to do it because he could. He did have a psychological problem. You want to talk Sigma? Yeah, truth. Truth on that one. But still, however, I still feel like the psychological aspect kind of pulls some, oh, I got rested. These cups look like a yummy snack. Well, that's what I mean. Like, it wasn't like he just decided to do it because he could. It was like he had a psychological requirement to do it. So it's like he couldn't have not done it if he wanted to. We're doing this pistol thing, pistol arm next. Let's get the black out of the way. Uh, but yeah, so far we have done this. These are done. I will probably attach this on later. Or just I don't know. I'm procrastinating putting down for some reason. You know what it is? It's just gonna be loose on the bike until we're ready to pop in the final piece, which is his shoulder. So I'm not going to actually put it on there until at least one of the side panels goes on to hold it into place. That's why. I bet you there's a video somewhere of him eating the plaque. Dinkelberg? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that's a reference to. How's it going, Diablo? How's it going, buddy? How's your Friday night? How's your weekend going? Unless you work weekends, in which case I feel for you. It seems I also do. Actually, I am working all this weekend. I'm streaming tomorrow, full stream, and then Sunday I actually have to revisit my electrician days and go help an old contact install some cameras. Anyway, never watched Fairy Odd Parents? No. Making dinner, trying not to pain. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, man. What you making for dinner? What is for the numbs? I missed a huge mold line right down the middle of this, and that's gonna bug the crap out of me. There's a lot of mold line misses. Oh, I got so caught up with this causing me problems that, I don't know, we'll just go forward and hope for the best. I'll try to paint around it. Remind me I'm hungry. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's how we got on this. I started making jokes about you eating Magic the Gathering cards. Dude, that guy ate a plane. Holy crap, and that thing from Borderlands I made a joke about. Like, suddenly I'm like, oh, he actually could have eaten a car with a fork. Turns out that's not impossible because that guy basically did it in real life. That might actually be a reference to that in all reality. Penne Regatta. Classy. I had a roast and a salad. And the salad had blueberries in it. It was very nice. Blueberries and green olives go very well together. I could have like an egg sausage sandwich. Some sausage. Size high. You got some sage, some sage, some sage. You're a sage. Sauce. Listen, go get some food, you drug fiend. And yes, I'm gonna make jokes about it right up until whenever I do uh a drunk stream. I just need to not be doing a commission. You know what? We could probably do that with a gaming stream. I really don't know if a painting stream drunk would actually be all that entertaining, really. It'd probably just be sad. Yeah, as usual. I made this way too thin when I tried to thin down from the goop it was previously. Would a super aggressive... I don't even have the troops correct for it. I was thinking a Raven Guard army, all super aggressive melee units. I don't even know if it... I don't think it'd be that effective at getting points. It'd be fun to play, but I don't know if it'd be that good. Because they... Okay, so they made the sword and board captain a lot cheaper to have one painted from forever ago. And this guy could use an update. This is my sword and board captain. They made him significantly cheaper. And I do have 6 of my own Blade Guard, which are not panned yet. And actually 2 Blade Guard Ancients, also not panned. And somewhere around here, I have 10 Assault Intercessors, like the White Scars guys with chain swords, just on foot. I don't know where they're at. And the Sergeant can now take a free Thunderhammer. So we do those in 5s, that's 2 Thunderhammers. Pretty good. However, I don't think that's enough troops to pull it off, really. And I have 10 Vanguard Vets, which didn't change much. The Blade Guard actually didn't change at all. They're just still very good melee guys. Just, I don't think I could really pull off enough efficiency and buffs. Definitely nowhere close to a standard, like, melee type army out right now. So I think I'm still way better off just going with lots of guns. Big guns. With 4 deploy guns to cap the objectives. Yeah. It's just deciding which big guns. I think that's where I'm at. It's just, do I take the Soren board guy, which actually I could have 5 points cheaper? Or am I better off with Shrike still? Soren board guy is actually tougher. Point for point, he's actually a fair bit tougher. So if we're just sitting behind a gun line, giving out buffs, and being a fairly decently dangerous anti-charge, but he's nowhere near as mobile. Hmm. I could give him a ball or pistol. Give him some range. Strike already has a really good pistol, though. It even has the potential to do mortal wounds. Has Sai acquired the food? Acquired. Very good. Only small amount of food. So, partial mission success? Will most likely require further sustenance. Standby. Fine. I'm a type that would rather make a very large plate and then slowly eat it over time if it was more than I needed at that moment. Or don't stand by. I'm not your dad. Well, here's the thing. I'm kind of stuck here regardless, so I mean, I don't know how I wouldn't be standing by just continuing what I'm doing. I suppose I could just ignore your status updates on the matter. Goes AFK. I just walk away. Camera is still on. I just walk. I just leave the room. Just away from keyboard entirely. Just leave, come back in, what we have, 5 hours, come back in 3 hours. Stand by, no, leaves, yeah. Yep, just get up and walk out of the room. Man, Forex just annoying me right now. It's all sell positions, and the chart just keeps going up, and I'm like, no, stop it. Bad. I need to do. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Sandwich consumed. Now it's the cereal portion of the meal. You haven't. Okay, sandwich and cereal in the same meal feels weird to me. I grew up with those being two very distinctly different, like, meal types. Which is weird because you could call cereal a soup, and I think grilled cheese and tomatoes a great combination, but like, cereal? No. Egg sausage sandwich, both breakfast themed. Uh, you know what it is? If I ever had cereal, I always had enough of the cereal, like, satisfied me. I used to be an absolute cereal fiend. Now, of course, between being gluten free and not and dairy averse, it's not worth it. It's like a really expensive meal of mostly like sugar and like maybe fibers. Just like just it's just not worth it no matter how you cut it. Yes, I should do the lead belcher next. You went cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs? Yeah. Dude, all of it. You know, actually, when I was a kid, before I knew I was gluten sensitive, and gluten gave me all kinds of problems. You know what my favorite cereal was? Hilariously, it was mini wheats. That was my favorite cereal as a kid. You know what's the best part of it? Was the last serving in the bag where it's just all crumbs and you pour the milk and it just becomes like a slough. Like yes. Slough of wet fiber, moist fiber and vanilla flavoring. Or maple flavoring. I forgot about the maple ones. Those are really good. That was like peak breakfast treat was the last serving of a mini wheats box as a kid for me. Dude, can I just say I'm real tired of painting heavy bolt pistols? I am rather glad that this is the last heavy bolt pistol I have to paint because the the Blade Guard Ancient has a heavy bolt pistol, but it's holstered, so I can be okay with that. But like this is my last heavy bolt pistol for like a good while. Doc ever told me I couldn't eat something like meat, tomatoes, or weed, I would likely not make my next doctor appointment. To be fair, doctor didn't help me find it. Doctors have never. My experience with doctors, generally speaking, has been very bad. They have predominantly been either useless or actually like made my problems worse by like just refusing treatment. I can't even make it up. I learned I was gluten sensitive through meeting my ex who was gluten sensitive. Noticed I had a bunch of problems, and then we tried it, and it like massively improved all of the obvious things that gluten would cause. I've heard stories of military doctors from like my dad, who's a who's a vet and has VA, and he loves it. Like it's like almost every time he goes to the VA, comes back saying, "Yep, they're giving me more money monthly." Like, geez, how much did they screw you up? You didn't even go into combat. You served peacetime. VA is better than active duty. That tracks. Sounds about right. Oh, geez. Oh, okay. I had one positive doctor's experience in my life. When I was a kid, I busted my forehead like pretty hardcore, just blood everywhere. It's like I still have a pretty decent scar for it actually. There's it, yeah, right here. A lot of times when I go to like mess with my forehead, it's actually me like subconsciously scratching that scar. Uh, Getting stitches for that was actually pretty just in out, right? Done, all good. Um, and what am I checking? Oh yeah, I wanted to change the music. Anyway, but after that, every time I go to the doctor, complete useless or just caused me more problems. 16, crashed my bike, whole bunch of stuff went down, like I was messed up. Went to the ER. They told me, really, there's nothing we can really do to help you any more than you're already doing, except I guess tell you that, for trivia, I guess, If you had been wearing a helmet, you'd be dead. You would have snapped your neck. So good job not wearing a helmet, I guess. Weirdly enough. That's all I got out of that. When I was 19, I was having severe mold poisoning because of where I was living. I actually left my job, went to the ER, and because I was a 19-year-old male that externally looked completely fine, they didn't believe me, thought I was trying to get drugs, and told me, well, they didn't believe me and to leave. I was in so much pain and so stiff and so tired and having a bunch of memory issues that I left my retail job because I couldn't work my retail job anymore. I couldn't continue to open boxes, like physically. Like, oh, you know what caused? I was opening boxes and I was struggling, and then I got the call to go get carriages, and I was like, screw this, I can't. I literally physically can't. Hey, assistant manager, I am going to the ER right now. I'm calling my girlfriend. I'm going to the ER. I will keep you updated. I'm out. And the doctors didn't believe me. Told me to go kick rocks because they thought I wanted drugs. I didn't even want drugs necessarily. I wanted like what I mostly wanted was paperwork so I could do something about the friggin' landlord that was directly causing this. Whole super long story, but he was directly causing a serious mold problem, and nothing came of it. Partially because we couldn't get anyone to do any paperwork for it. We couldn't get anything on record. I must die from C. diff. I know you have Crohn's. I don't know what C. diff is. They didn't believe I was in pain. Oh, sorry. Who has Crohn's? Someone has Crohn's. Oh, I think it's Zophiana. Sorry. Carry on. C. diff. What's C. diff? They thought I was trying to get out of PT. Dude, fakers really mess it up for everyone else. Anytime anyone else gets a problem, they have to deal with the fact that fakers are a problem. Doctors don't get to deal with it as a problem. People with actual problems have to deal with the fact that fakers are a problem. Oh yeah, that happened to my ex too. She ended up with fibromyalgia partially because she had a car accident that was someone else's fault, and because she was young, a young, good-looking chick, and it was in the middle of everyone doing that friggin' neck brace scam. She couldn't get even the most basic care like a neck brace for her significant whiplash. It's just easier to Google C. diff. In short, the strand I had was antibiotic resistant. Ugh, that not good. And unfortunately, becoming more common because, use antibiotics so much that disease is like, okay, that's cool. We'll just up the weapons race. Yeah, it was like early 2000s and or something like that. No, 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 no. When was it? It was like early to mid 2000s. Yeah. My ex gets into a car accident, gets whiplash, and she couldn't get any treatment for it. So yeah, I just try to avoid doctors now. At some point when I have money, like reasonable amount of money, I need to go to the dentist and talk about some serious, massive reworking of my teeth. But besides that, I try to avoid doctors whenever possible. Like, at one point, my dad was like, "I think if you're still sick by this day, like back when I had the flu, he was like, I think you should go see a doctor because you might develop pneumonia." And I'm not gonna lie, that was further motivation to more strictly take all the different things I was taking to treat the flu. Because I was like, I ain't going to no doctor, man. I ain't doing it. Best case, they wasted my time. Especially pneumonia right now. Like, I ain't no way. Not in this post-COVID world. I ain't going to a doctor for respiratory stuff. Yeah, that's all the metal. Next, I need Eshin Gray for the weapon case. Actually, you know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I'll do a little bit of cleanup with a black first because some of it goes in a fair bit. Actually, I missed a bit. The director of the specialty clinic slash infectious disease clinic takes over your case because you're interested in them. You just understand that life sucks. Yeah, there's one thing guaranteed in life. It's not even taxes. You can get out of taxes. It's suffering. Question is, what do you do with that knowledge? My response is, screw you. I'm gonna do whatever I want, regardless. Like, I still did my fair bit of scheming while I was sick. I couldn't implement next to anything, but I was scheming. Die doing what you love. Yeah, exactly. Like, I better either die doing what I love or die with a bang. There's only two ways of going. Else I ain't going. I will become immortal. I actually would really enjoy immortality, I'm not gonna lie. I got no plans or desire for death at all. What a coincidence, my name just got changed to What You Love. Steak sandwich with ketchup, here I come, just in case. Yeah, right? That's actually why, for the most part, I try to be very healthy. I find ways of enjoying being very healthy, and a lot of times I do actually enjoy being very healthy. Like, just inherently, most of the food I, would prefer to eat is healthy. And generally, my lifestyle, when it's not the middle of New England winter, which, I mean, I'd like to not be stuck in New England winter, is also usually very healthy, just inherently. Like, I just, you know, uh, and it's partially because I'm trying to push out the clock. I'm trying to run out the clock till when we invent immortality. When we unlock that lobster strain DNA. I had two. He's like $8 for an entire pan of it. That stuff is fire. I don't know if I've actually, for someone that's seen the movie a bunch of times, because I have younger siblings, I don't think I've ever tried ratatouille. Naturally vegetarian at minimum. I wouldn't say vegetarian automatically means healthy. Probably healthy. But if it's got a bunch of soy stuff in it, then guess what? It's not good for men. Got that phytoestrogens going on. Just for the record, and I have this from people that have professionally scientifically studied this. Uh, with degrees. The male body was never designed to deal with external estrogen of any quantity or variety, and we already get enough to cause some men health problems just through soy food additives and touching plastic. If immortality doesn't cure the pain, I'd choose death. I'll take pain. I've had pain before. I've had really bad pain before. I'd accept pain. There are ways of dealing with that. So listen, there are ways of dealing with pain, but there are now ways of dealing with being dead. You just dead. It's all or nothing. Vegetarian means you need to mention that you're a vegetarian in every conversation within 5 minutes. Yeah, don't get me started about vegans. Oh, it's just a very simple vegetable dish with a tomato sauce base. If you have a mandolin to sliver the veggies, it's also very fast and easy to make. Just spends like an hour in the oven. Oh, death is acceptance. I refuse to accept. Slice. Ah, a sliver is not that far off, actually. I stand by my words. I am very much the don't go quietly into the night type of mentality. I think part of why I'm so strong about it now is because I was at one point suicidal. Actually, not at one point, at like several points in my life. And I've completely 100% reversed that psychologically to the point that I don't even recognize like how I could have even gotten that point. It doesn't make sense to me anymore. I can't connect the dots anymore on how I got to that point. Uh I crave life. Life experience, struggle, challenge, victory, defeat, rolling the dice. Pleasure's all the sweeter when you know the pain. I'm all the way there. Hence the nature of my announcement about the big contract job and what that means for the channel. It's like, oh, hey, you just had like a flu that had you completely knocked out for 3 weeks, and then before you're even fully recovered, here's a giant here's a giant work project, pays well, but you have to go through a hell of a crunch preparing for it while also continuing to stream full time so you can, keep growing this thing. And I'm like, bear witness. Let's go. Challenge accepted. Like for a lot of that time, I was so bored and I couldn't even manage playing games that had a decent amount of challenge to them. I'd start getting like a headache from the like negligible amount of stress in it. Like I was so ready for a challenge. Like as soon as like my mental faculties fully cleared up, I was like, "Yo, this is exactly what I need. Let's get rolling. Let's get hard. Let's turn this mindset into a grind set. Let's get hard. That's what it takes, man. Throb. I'm already hard throbbing. Some would say throbbing inspiration. Take a bardic inspiration, man. I stand by all my words. You know what's funny? That Necromancer game that now I'm about to start playing a bard in because my Necromancer died in lava. instantly. Anyway, I introduced. They're like, all right, so you mind introducing yourself as a player? I'm like, yeah, I'm so and so. I'm a human bard, I think, actually, because I'm primarily a art streamer. Yeah, I'm a bard. Take an inspiration die. You can use it next time you try to eat magic cards. Listen, if a man can eat a plane, I can do anything. Okay, that's yeah, that's how. No, seriously. Earlier we were looking at a dude that ate a plane. He ate a plane. I'm not sure. He ate a plane. If a man can eat a plane, I can do anything. You can do anything. The man ate a plane. A plane. Not a geometric shape. A passenger aircraft. That's gonna become one of the new sayings of the. That's gonna become a catchphrase of the channel now. If a man ate a plane, you can do anything. If you could question, let's just move on. Anytime someone looks at food and it's like, I can't eat that. Someone ate a plane, you can eat it. Yeah, it's serious. Like thought of you if it was a dream or not. No, we were looking at a man, a Frenchman no less, that ate a plane. Dude, he ate a plane. A fever dream. That makes more sense. Don't worry, guys. Eventually, we will get someone in chat that can consistently spell. Didn't happen. He would have given up. No, it took him 2 years, but he ate a plane. Apparently, across his performative career, he ate about 9 tons of metal. That is, hold on. I want to do this correctly. Roughly 3 Toyota Corollas. He had roughly 3 Toyota Corollas. uh, wow. So in Borderlands, the guy's like, I once saw him eat a car with just like a fork. I think that was like a sponsor deal with Toyota. No. Yeah, the guy in Borderlands 2 that you trade the iridium for upgrades with, he ate 1 car. This other dude ate the equivalent of 3 cars. You'll pay to eat 3 of our cars. I get a new car for your birthday? Why are you building a huge electromagnet? Electromagnet. Because I'm always building a huge electromagnet. Because I'm getting a car for my birthday. He's just getting one. He's just going out and getting it. I don't think anyone's going to really argue with the kid with a giant electromagnet that he built. Dude, wasn't there a kid that built a nuclear reactor in his backyard and had to get treatment for radiation poisoning? Having that stuffiness. Yeah. Again, live performing 2009. I'm willing to bet money. David Hahn. That's the kid. That's the nuclear kid. That kid's a hero. Radioactive Boy Scout. Yeah. Yeah. That guy's a hero. You know what I like as a hero? Nuclear is how we solve most of our problems right now in the world. All the resource related problems, nuclear. That's the answer. You get more energy, you can do more things. That's how it goes. You can use, at a certain point, you can use energy to make more raw base material. So, like, literally, just, we just need to spam energy creation. Which we did get a lot closer to fusion. Or was it cold fusion? Either or. Recently. So that was cool. We actually got a net positive from a nuclear reaction, and I am psyched about it. Breeder reactor. You mean like a thorium reactor? Isn't that a breeder? I usually call them thorium reactors if we're talking thorium. Hey, that stuff back in 1980s? Yeah, nuclear's not that complex. Homer Simpson was running a reactor, remember? The problem is figuring out how to do it in the first place. Once you figure out how to do it in the first place, actually doing it is not that hard. Breeder reactor can enrich its own fuel and other stuff. Oh, you mean that? Oh, no, I mean like, we already have like a molecular and atomic. Sorry, I just ran into like a giant hairnut. Um, we have molecular 3D printers already. We get to atomic, we can create new raw material by the molecule by restructuring the subatomic. We can create, well, also with atoms, you shove certain atoms together, make new molecules. We can create raw stuff using effectively 3D printers. That was my point. You can do nuclear stuff. A guy eat a plane. You can do nuclear reactor stuff. Yeah. If a guy can eat a plane, you can make a nuclear reactor. It's not even an analogy because a Boy Scout did it. Get styled on. A Boy Scout did it in the 80s. So get dunked on. Are you smarter than a fifth grader? Because fifth graders be making nuclear reactors. Yo, you know what I learned the other day? And this is nuts. This is dumb. This is how dumb schools are. Straight up. Straight up, flat out. This is how dumb schools are. Over in I want to say it was the Philippines. Class science project for a big like science fair, right? They created a device that absorbed noise, like noise vibration energy, and converted it into electrical power. And they got second place. Like, what? They create a thing that hears noise and converts it into electricity that could light bulbs. Like right there on the table. And they got second place. Are you kidding me? Yeah, using resonance. Yeah. Yeah. High school kids did that and got second place. How did they get second place? What was first place? Why do I keep going to that screen to just the music? He was 17 when he got caught. Still, that's high school. He is a minor. He is a minor that made a nuclear reactor. Probably geopolitical study. Yeah, dumb. Because guess what? The second place fixes the first place. If that was the case, second place fixes first place. Because so much of geopolitics comes down to resources. Or at least serious geopolitics. There's a lot of dumb geopolitics based on other crap, but, you know. This is someone that likes geopolitics as like a field of study, but like the irony is that more good ways of making electrical power, mm, pardon me, is a great way of fixing the geopolitical problems. I hate politics. I like politics. I hate politicians because politicians are dumb or more likely greedy and corrupt. But like the science of politics, I don't know if you could call it science, the study of politics and watching politics, I very much enjoy, actually. And I have quite a few thoughts on the matter. Problem is, none of reality would take my son of a my thoughts seriously because it disempowers governments and empowers people, and not through the dumb ways like uh like Marxism or anything like that. No, by everything about politics, but I accept its necessity for current state life. Well, yeah, it's kind of required. It's how we organize our resources as a society. That's the theory of why we have, like, say, a government, is to organize and manage the massed resources of a society. In reality, though, comes a whole lot of other crap. I'm gonna attempt blowing my nose again. Yeah, driving me insane. My also argument is to people that potentially like you. Oh, one last thing before you go. My point why politics should always be on the table, though, is because person might not care or like politics, but politics will care about them sooner or later. But yeah, get the kids in bed. Talk to you another time, Diablo. Always a good time. Oh, that was not dry enough. Yeah. Okay, I need to restart our music entirely, so I will do that while this glue dries. Okay, we need to let that dry for a couple moments. Let's see. So we do this pistol. What are we at? 5.5 hours. Pistol. Then we got the head. Fortunately, though, I have to do the backpack because I did that last night because it's just another Mark 10 white backpack. Like, it's pretty rote and repeated at this point. So that is done. Uh, then I mean we can assemble and mount the dude, and then I guess it's the side panels after that, which we'll be starting with the one that doesn't have a bunch of freehand. We'll have 2 transfers on it. That's it. If I once more have the impulse to work, but I'm not in a good headspace to learn new stuff, I will probably knock the chainsword out. Goes on his hip, as we got plenty of chainswords on the cam at this point. Then tomorrow, I intend on finishing this guy. We're doing the 2 side panels. This one in particular will be an absolute mess, as it will involve freehand of the third company on here and some kind of freehand on the helmet. I have not decided. Probably a ground to sky aligned lightning, which is the insignia for this squad. Yay! But my plan is to finish tomorrow with the Outriders done, and maybe even beginning the Blade Guard Ancient. That's the plan for this week. This week was the Outrider Sergeant, just like the whole thing. And honestly, the next week might just be the Blade Guard Ancient, just knocking the whole thing out. As let's see, I got the guy right over here. It's very dusty. Unfortunately, the last 2 guys I was given were pre-assembled, so yay, I get to paint assemble thing. This guy got a lot going on. So he's already assembled. There's like a little bit of cleanup here and there from my client's build job, but you know, it's not too bad. He did a decent job in mold line removal. Slow stuff here and there. It's actually not even entirely in his base all the way, but you know what? Actually, that's great. If he's not in the base away, I'm gonna pop him out and do the base independently first. You know what I should do? I should prime him on the base, pull him off the base. No, no. Prime them separately and pull him off the base. Pop him on a cork. He's got things. I can cork him. And yeah, I'm looking forward to painting this guy. He looks like a lot of fun. I look forward to doing all the robes and stuff. Doing the ironically, probably gonna have to do a lot of the white armor first and then the robes. Because it's so much the white robes are inside. I just have to be super careful on the robes. And this thing, like, geez, you just had to. But anyway, so as of tomorrow, there'll be 2 miles left. Hey, sorry, you still there? Am I talking to myself? Am I talking to 2 lurkers? Which, I mean, that'd be fine. Lurkers are awesome. I will accept lurkers, but is there someone that will talk back? For reference. I think that's done. Am I done highlight? No. Yeah, this song is basically my personal anthem now. And it's Live Before You Die by Ad Infinitum. Oh, jeez. Alright, time for another one. Alright. Non-oil applied. While it's drying, I'll do a quick one, and that is the Beauty Seal. Waiting for a bunch of stuff to dry. Basically. Oh yeah, I keep checking my Forex and I forgot. It's Friday. Market stopped moving an hour, 3.5 hours ago. I'll just put that away from now. Pick it back up Sunday afternoon. After it dries, I'm actually gonna pop a shader over it, so that won't look as weird later. Alright, let's do the metal edge highlights. I don't know why YouTube Music insists on always playing this version when I like the other version better. I don't know why it shows such preference for this one. Alright, the gun is done. Let's knock out that purity seal. Right, it needs shader on the wax, and then the parchment needs to be painted. Ugh. Oh. I don't know about it. It's not a whole lot. Hold on. So there's some paint. It separates pretty easily. This powdered witch flesh separates pretty easy, and then it really doesn't shake up much at all. Probably needs a mixing bead, but I don't have any extra around. It's even thinner than it usually is. Sorry. See. Alright, well, let's try. I'm going to start with the red on the pauldron. Wait for that to dry. I used a micro sole to try to flatten down the way a little bit before the micro set was probably a bad idea. I probably should just done the micro set, which is what I will do going forward. First, I have to wait for it to dry though. Yay! Actually, you know what? While it's drying, we'll do the Black Templar. Oh, I'm done. Actually, by the time that the transfer's ready to be popped on there, that'll be dry. So we'll just get to that. Nope, transfer is not soaked enough yet. All right, transfer is loose. It's still drying. Mm. Guess I'll begin on the edge highlight while I wait. I think we're in the clear to add the transfer now. Hello, Red Wing. Welcome to the stream. We are working on the pistol arm of a White Scars Outrider Sergeant. For reference, how are you doing? Get up. Yeah, I'm going with my ace in the hole with transfers. Wouldn't believe it. Back of an X-Acto knife. Not too bad, bowing a Night Lord's Kratos tank. Nice. I do enjoy the Kratos. In concept, I do. I don't own one yet. I'd like to at some point. Yeah, so for reference, this is a commission piece. I'm a commission artist. Um, Part of a very large commission of about 30 something, 32 White Scars, which only have a couple left. Yes, but I am a Raven Guard player. Uh, Intercessor Sergeant, for reference. I tribalize mine a bit. First tank I've built, and it's a lot of parts. Vehicles are a lot of parts. Ooh, actually, as a Night Lords player, you will particularly enjoy my vehicles. Oh, I'm sorry. Did we find out that you're a traitor? Well, you going on the rack. Sergeant? Oh yeah, thanks. That entire squad is actually what do you call kit bash like that. Like every single one. Oh, I might just grab like a random one out of the 10 of was it Fort Squad? Yeah, Fort Squad. What does that say? Vengeance, right? Vengeance and Venator, or Hunter in Latin. So, to show the current project, it's gonna have him, well, he's holding this side, as that's already done, but that needs to go in later. And then he'll be shooting down like this when it's done. Also have the torso done. And yes, this is a custom made base I made out of a lot of sprue and a crap load of green stuff. Like so much green stuff. It's also actually fairly heavy. But for some funsies, looking at the other ones. Okay, well, first off, I love show and tell time. I don't have enough cord. There we go. That's the whole commission. Minus the pure white guys. Pure white guys are not involved. But the two gray guys there are the only guys that are left, and the guy I'm currently doing. All of those are, yes, very high detail. I've been working on this commission for like the best part of 2 years. We'll get some close-ups on some of them in a second. The white, the The white's a bit of a cheat, actually. How I get super sharp white. Here's the other Outrider Sergeant. So you can expect free handing like that. That'll be happening tomorrow, actually. Airbrushed, the base coat, which is Army Painter matte white, and then from there, a long sequence of shading, and then highlighting. This is one of the Assault Intercessor Sergeants. I'm just going through the standouts here. The Apothecary. Which I am very proud of this, by the way. This is in Cyrillic text. I'm just going to zoom in on it. There we go. In Cyrillic text in Mongolian, it says medic or healer. That was fun. Let's see. Blade Guard, which there will be a Blade Guard Ancient coming up next. Yes, I did do 3 of these, and dear God, these shields. It's going to take me so long to do my Raven Guard ones, because these shields were like 6 hours a piece, like, by themselves. But, yeah, I think this came out pretty good. And one of the 2 capstones of this, as most of the commission was done in tier 3 quality, there were 2 done tier 4. One of them is done. This is the Chaplain on bike at tier 4 with non-metallic metal and volume method on the black. Which might be my best painted model yet, honestly. Oh, the face? Yeah, no, I'm super proud of the face, honestly. I love the face. Like, who knew just skipping the eyes would have such an awesome effect? Honestly, because he gave me this piece. He gave me this piece with that head already assembled. He gave me this whole thing assembled. I'm like, are you kidding me? So yeah, I was like, screw the eyes. I'm just gonna make it look super epic with no eyes. In fact, accented by the lack of eyes. So, hashtag no eyes. And after this Outrider's done, we got the Blade Guard Ancient. And then tier 4, the big man himself. Oh, he came off his base. Where's his base? Yeah. Kasara Khan himself, which will be painted in the same way as the Chaplain on bike. So that'll be a great 2 weeks, I'm sure. Now we'll finally be done with this. 18 Assault Intercessors, 6 Outriders, 3 Blade Guard Vets, Blade Guard Ancient, Apothecary, Chaplain on bike, and Kasara Khan. I could strangle this client, but whatever. We're almost there. We're almost done. We're getting there. Chaos Blade Guard so bad? Yeah, it's called Possessed. Although granted, not as tough. I'll give you that. I know, I just love their model. I mean, it is fair. Let me show off the other 2. Just why not? So this was the first one I did. Trick to really good OSL, get everything that light would touch. Like the rocks. And then the Sergeant. Oh yeah, which by the way, yes, all of their tilt plates are freehand. I think I used the skull transfer there, but like, yeah. This one was monstrous, the freehand, but I'm really proud of the result. Just like, I really like that design. Thank you. I think I think jumping off of how well those helmets came out, I was told recently by that client that when this is done, he's ready for his next project, which will be Voton and Ymir Conglomerate. I'm like, I can't blame you after doing a red that good. I would want an army and all that red too. Ymir Conglomerate are the red and really dark blue, dark gray, whatever. So that'll be fun. And here's the best thing. Reason this commission took me 2 years. And this is one of my primary gigs, by the way. So like I have put probably thousands of hours in this commission. No, I did not quote it correctly, so I did not make as much money as you think. That's a whole another story. The weight was actually a GW recipe, like an heavy metal recipe. So I just kind of got stuck behind it because I, like an idiot, did not realize how much that affects a commission. If it's all my system, I can mix it up. I can make it more efficient. That's what will be happening with the Voton, so can be running to that pretty quick. I can't wait. I can't wait to pay anything besides Wet Scars. You have no idea. And man, I feel that freehand, I'm having to do so much lightning on the nightlets. Oh, you're actually doing the lightning? My man. Chad move. Done right. Correct. It's inspiring, is what it is. It is a well worth struggle, and thus all the more admirable. All the more admirable. All the more admirable for it. Jeez. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I can't English. Where even was I? Oh, no. I'm touching the microphone. No. And I tapped the camera with my face. Are you putting lighting marks on the tank? Ah, I have to go back and fix that now. I'm trying to make first claw from the trilogy. Man, it's a process, but yes, it'll go on the tank. Oh, you make it first claw? Yes. A man of culture, I see. Now, if only I could get a Raven Guard series remotely close to the quality of the Night Lords trilogy, that'd be great. Raven Guard's known for having some really good lore, but really bad books. Or not really good look, but really good lore, but alluring lore. It's like lore that like we see the potential of. and has really cool concepts. For sure, I just really like the Underdarks to the current Night Lords. Oh yeah, the Night Lords are absolutely screwed. However, to be fair, Night Lords kind of deserve it. Oh no, son of a... Get back. If anyone deserves their current situation at 40k, it's the Night Lords. It doesn't make them less likable, it's just they absolutely deserve it. They absolutely deserve it. It's like reading the Black Legion books and being like, yes, thank you. I hope to see you around more. Uh, it's like reading the Black Legion books and be like, man, did Sons of Horus really deserve what happened to him? Yes, yes, they did. Absolutely did. I don't know if Nightlets are worse than Emperor's Children though. Man, they're pretty close. Because here's the thing, most of them like doing what they do, just like the Emperor's Children do. Hmm. I'm gonna say from like a philosophical standpoint, I'm gonna say yes. Yes, they are worse than Emperor's Children. Because they like torturing for the sake of torturing. Emperor's Children like torturing because they're chasing hedonistic pleasure to the absolute maximum they can possibly get their hands on, which just happen to involve torture of other people, among other things. Are both of them pretty low things? Yes. They're both terrible things. But Night Lords like torturing for the sake of torturing. So yes, Night Lords absolutely deserve anything and everything that happens to them. Especially if it's Raven Guard doing it to him. No, actually, they're um, yeah, Night Lords were on Isfahan. Yeah, no, they absolutely deserve it. Yeah. Oh yeah, Rip and Talos. I like Talos, but Talos was a little bit of an exception. Talos was not like most Night Lords. Talos tortured, but he didn't necessarily gain pleasure from it either. Zaro was your favorite? Wasn't that the meathead one? It's been a while since I read him, to be fair. Not super long time. I think it was like over the summer. Dude, the giant chainsword. That is not enough of a definition. Goes out find a Space Marine hero. I think I remember now. I think. What was his relation to everyone else? Like maybe that might help me remember better. Because I mean, honestly, the books were so much dialogue that I probably remember people better off of their dialogue than their action scenes. Best combatant in the squad, close Talos. And wasn't he like Talos's buddy? Like he was the one that he consistently like Talos talked to the most. Yeah, Grubs. Yeah. Okay. Yep. I know. Yeah. No, I know exactly what you're talking about now. That's what I thought. All right. That was weird. For a second, the blue and green switched in my head. That was weird. That was anyway. All right. I'm gonna give it another minute. I'm gonna throw some micro set on this transfer, and then I'm gonna call this arm done, and we can attach it once the micro set dries. I am quite excited to see this guy done because I really like the action of his, like the action happening. I love ac action poses. Like I don't really care much for hero poses, right? Good example. Let's see if it's still like if I remember to fix it. Yeah, I did fix it. Talk about action on a base. This was a piece I made for a painting competition, which I got second in, by the way. And it's a little dusty. Anyway, it is technically playable. Like when I started playing Horus Heresy, I could technically play this. Raven Guard Mortat. And yes, he is actually like stepping backwards into a puddle of polluted motor oil, whatever filth going on there. Yeah, very fun to make this thing. Learned a lot about light in this one, and how I have a lot more to learn from it. uh, yeah. Anyway, that's I like my dynamic action bases, or even just action poses. This was another good example to me my servitors. Oh yeah, why not? People like my servitors. You know, servitors are kind of clunky looking, kind of dumb. Well, I play Raven Guard. My Tech Marine is expected to be fast on his feet and stealthy, right? Hey, Relars! Oh, you're an AdMech player and you love servitors. You're really gonna love these. Welcome to the chat. Hey, I'm a commission painter and I kipesh the other crap out of my Raven Guard. So, I was like, you know, servitors, I hate them. I hate their model. Everything about them. Let me make my own from scratch and spend 2 months on making 4 servitors. these are going to move very quickly and potentially quietly and fight savagely through the shadows surrounding the Raven Guard Tech Marines as they go about their work during the Raven Guard stealth campaigns. And the melta guns are actually magnetized, so I can replace them with plasma guns to show plasma cannons. These are massively hybridized between Corvus Cabal and Sakaran Ruststalkers. Or Raiders, whichever. The classic design in plastic, that'd be better than the resin monstrosities they currently are. Like, they're already not great sculpts, I don't think, personally. And then they're resin. It's like insult to injury. Like, how dare you? What's your problem? So yeah, I spent 2 months making 60 points of, like, very rarely used, but really cool looking models. Because I'm insane. It's very inefficient. That's all good. How's this? Alright, yeah, this is good for the micro set. This is supposed to be similar to still streaming. Yeah, I'm still streaming. I haven't hit 8 hours yet, Justin. I hit 8 hours in 18 minutes. Then that hits my minimum, and then I decide when I stop from then on, which tonight I'm pretty tired, honestly, so might be right then, but yeah. Doing 8 hours. Yeah, I'm full time for 4 days, Wednesday through Saturday, from 2-ish Eastern in the afternoon to 10-ish. 8 to 10, I've done up to 10 hours. Actually, I've done nearly 11 hours before. It depends on how much hype is going on in the stream.
Keep your voice down. Not gonna keep telling you.
If I go too far down, you guys aren't gonna be able to hear me. Yeah, I was sick for 3 weeks. Okay. Scope similar to the X101 model, which is a very good plastic design servitor design. Service will also do well in iron hands. Yeah, that probably will do very well in iron hands right now, considering that. Wait, do they get the reroll once ahead? Not sure. And yeah, Hobby Haven from Monday after Christmas until last weekend, actually, I had a sledgehammer of a flu. Yeah, microsits in there. Oh yeah, that's right. You were also sick. That was the thing. I don't think I know what the X101 is. I'm gonna look that up. Oh, that's the Blackstone Fortress servitor. That dude's pretty cool. Yeah, if we got more servitors looking like that, then I'd probably be fine with it. Just the classic ones suck. Where's my camera? There we go. Okay. Christmas Day. Oh, jeez. The flu's ripped through my work. Oh, boy. Yeah, watch out. It sucks. Where was I? Yeah, I want to stay true to the original design while also improving on it, but I'll have to wait for another decade before GW realizes that exists. Yeah, based on looking at everything else. I mean, although, you know, you never know. 10th edition coming up. That is so close to being dry. It's annoying. suppose I may as well get the drill, right, to re-prep the hole. So what's the White Scar's bikes looking like? Oh yeah, alright. So this is current progress in this one. I don't have it attached yet for obviously to attach stuff to it. This is the Outrider Sgt. This is the last one of 6 I'll be doing for this ginormous White Scar's commission. Previous examples include Standard Outrider, and then the other Outrider Sgt, which means yes, tomorrow there'll be a bunch of free handing to be done. Yay! Yeah, the client, because he gave me such, like, this is a 32 model commission, taking me nearly 2 years. I'm almost done. I have like 2.5 miles remaining. This, a Blade Guard Ancient, and a Kasarkon. And we have gone through the gamut of 18 what is it, 18 assault intercessors. I'm trying to grab one for show. There we go, sure, we'll go with this guy. 18 assault intercessors, one of their sergeants. A Primaris Apothecary. Yeah, actually, I've got one with Plasma Pistol, Power Sword, and another one with Thunderhammer. Right? Yeah, let me grab the Thunderhammer one. I think it was the first one I did. First of the sergeants, anyway. There we go. This man is coming for you in particular, and guess what? You look like a nail. And we had 3 Blade Guard. Oop, I'm trying to hold 3 40 mils at the same time. It's not easy, but worth it. So got those. Next model up is their ancient, right? The flag bearer. And there's 2 higher. So all the dudes are at tier 3 except for 2 of their characters. This being one of them. And then the other one's going to be Kasara Khan. Primaris Chaplain on bike. And hopefully I'll be able to do roughly the same style in Kasara Khan. But wait. So, if I did White Scars, my Shaman bike would be red from homage to Dark Sons of Death from Horse Heresy. That's not a bad call, honestly. I didn't think of that when I chose to make it black. A lot of the artistic direction was put under my control for these guys, and the client's been nothing but happy with it, so I'll take it. But yeah, I went traditional. All right, finally ready to go in here. I might not be able to actually mount this until I mount the body on there. Where are we on that? We are at. We could do that actually. I gotta put the backpack on, which is already done. Red with white accents, it'll pop, but I feel it'll look too much like a blood angel. It would indeed look very much like a blood angel. That is a fact. There we go. Glare. So yeah, we're looking at hopefully finishing this guy tomorrow. And next week will be the Blade Guard Ancient, which I'm hoping will only take a week since it's a on-foot character that has mostly just red robes. And maybe 2 weeks for Kasara Khan. Maybe a little longer because I'm still getting used to non-metallic metal. So, chance of this being done by Valentine's Day? Maybe not. We'll see. I am probably going to. Oh yeah, I was supposed to do that before Backpack Black News go on there. You know, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna clip the rod because it's not a perfect fit anyway. Backpack is aligned. Gonna take a while for me to paint my AdMech though. Just lack of time or it's gonna take a while for me to paint even. Well, my collection, my guys. I I'm a solo faction guy. I have Raven Guard and just Raven Guard. And based on my Google sheet that tracks it all, I have painted it was like 67 of my 205 models. And a lot of them are really old paint jobs, not gonna lie. Time and paints. I see. There we go. Dry fit acquired. About there-ish. Maybe I should only snipped like a portion of that rod. Would have given more of an anchor to glue to. That looks pretty good. I got the elimination maniple for cheap on eBay to start my army, and Belisar's Call is intimidating. I only have two armies, first being Jinsta Colonier Adamek. I play a lot more tabletop sim to try them out. I'll soon figure out if I like a faction enough to buy models. That's very fair. I got into Raven Guard because of lore. And by the time I learned what tabletop sim was, I couldn't do it. The idea of not playing with dudes that I have massively modified and kit bashed and made my own is legitimately depressing. I have had a strange emotional reaction every time. Wait, now let's get to lore. That's because Red Wing is a man of culture. Alright, so I had intended on painting the face, the head, today as well. But it just took me a lot longer than I thought to do that arm. This will be going on after the head. Not after that, but after the first side panel is done. Anyway. I am thinking I am probably going to end here. As yes, I'm a man and a half away from 8 hours. I am actually quite tired. Made fairly good progress today, all things considered. And I have another 8 hour minimum stream tomorrow where I'm really hoping to finish this dude. Yes. Well, Ralath, if you are interested in continuing seeing this guy finished up, and then the other guy's done, and then after this, the same client already has the next commission lined up ready to go. It's gonna be Votan Ymir Conglomerate, starting with just a 10-man squad, so lots of red. So I'm actually very much looking forward to. Have a good one, Red. I hope to see you tomorrow then. And yes, all the other obvious stuff, socials, join the Discord. Discord's great to get guaranteed notification when I go live, as well as getting announcements of stuff happening. Also, sharing pics of your painting. I'm looking at you, Red. Join Discord. Show pics. We actually check them out on stream. Well, when they're shared and I'm on screen on stream. Or when they're shared when I'm streaming. Yes. Words. Anything else? No, I don't think so. I am a little rusty. I'm trying to get back in the thing after not streaming for 3 weeks. Yes. Okay. Hope to catch you guys around.